Good morning, everybody. It's your boy Joseph Sunderman. It is 8:05, and what a gloomy day it is here in Cincinnati, Ohio. I am working from home today, which I'm excited about, and realizing now more than ever that I think I'm really happy because I know who I am, where I am, and where I'm wanting to go. And I see so many people around me that just have no clue. No clue. It's almost like if you find your purpose and you can't live that purpose, if it's really true to you, like it's almost torture. And I know I can't be some CEO of some big company right off the rip. I'm 45. I'll be 46 in less than 2 months. I'll be 46 2 months in 2 weeks, if that. My clock, like that climb up, and now it's supposed to be like this, right? Downhill from here. We shall see. We shall see. Someone stopped me yesterday and said they've been checking out my show. I'm like, well, thank you. They told me I was doing really good at it, and they enjoyed watching it. And to me, I'm like, me getting on Facebook and just rambling and bitching about life and fighting with business partners and fighting with the wife and dealing with courts and kids and just I wouldn't really call it. I guess it is. It's Joe's shit show. But just like everybody else, everybody's going through shit. And yeah, I'm human. And I get resentful. I get frustrated. But I feel like I'm emotionally mature enough now to keep overshining that, overdoing it, keeping that at bay. I used to feel good about it. Even my wife, she gave me a quote from, I think it may have been Thor, Chris, whatever his name is, the guy who plays Thor, or somebody. Or maybe it was the guy in Pacific Rim, the British guy. I don't know. It was one of those guys who said, I'm not an angry person or whatever. I just treat people accordingly. Meaning if somebody's going off on him, he can get up there and treat them accordingly. And she thought that was cute because that is kind of like, you come at me wrong, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. That's not healthy at all. And I can treat people accordingly. And it is a mechanism to protect people, protect those I love. I do get results when I get worked up and shitty. You see coaches, when the team's down, you see coaches, laying into their players, or you see a parent screaming at their kids and talking down to their kids and shit. And you ask yourself, man, these people are really hardcore. They're just being shitty. They're not treating people accordingly. They're just being flat out shitty towards X, Y, and Z. But when you live in it and you do it inside your circle, it's so, yeah. I did have anger issues. I had a lot of anger issues. I mean, I wanted nothing more than to have Olivia in my life. We went to parenting classes together. We lived together. We were engaged. We were happy to have a kid come into the world. I was happy. I was having a kid coming into the world. You know, even going back now and looking at the videos of Melissa and watching how she was acting back then, and just remembering the tantrums. And same with Elizabeth. You know, I look at my interactions with my exes and choosing partners that I tend to go towards avoidant partners, because at first it's the most attractive because I'm anxious. I want to, you know, they're alone, but they want to let somebody in, but they're not sure how. And here I come into the picture, and then all of a sudden you get comfortable. Well, now that they're comfortable, now they want to get back to the way they were before the relationship. They want that independence. They want that, you know, continue to provide for me, but leave me alone type thing. And me being all anxious, like, oh, please, what did I do wrong? Like a fucking idiot. You know, I look at that, and I'm trying to learn from that. I don't want to go into the dating world again wearing a helmet. Like, that would suck. Like going back into the dating scene and trying to find a partner, like doing all that, like, to me, that's like the last thing I want to do. But is that a reason to stay with somebody? Absolutely not. I love my wife to death, and she is my world. We're at that 7-year point now, and I see a lot of amazing couples that make it through times like this. And I'm like, God, what hack can I do? What can I do to make us that strong to where we both want to serve each other? Well, first of all, both people have to want to show up. And you have to look at what people's safety mechanisms are. And right now I'm being told constantly that I'm abusive. Because in their eyes, I'm angry and I go off on people. In my eyes, I'm wondering why everybody's so disrespectful. Like, because when I'm going off on people, it's like, why are you doing this? You know, I can even show you the video of the last time I had a blow up on Brennan. Like, I have the video saved. You know, I was telling them, hey, we love you, we want you here, but if you're going to continue to disrespect us and just go behind our backs and do things that your mother and I don't want you doing, Mina's not going to step up to him, and me stepping up to him, that just puts in such a bad conflict, and their dad isn't going to support. He wants the chaos in our household. That's what I'm trying to say is my wife and I have been up against other households. We've had the world against us. 6 kids. Mina has 3 baby daddies. I have 2 baby mamas. This household, the external pressure on top of everything else. And yeah, I would call the boys' dad. I would tell him, like, I don't agree with the way you're doing things. I think, you know, we should work together, blah, blah, blah. Well, fuck you, you're a piece of shit. You're pissed off because everybody's being shitty in your household, and you're, you know, showing signs of that, therefore you're abusive, leave us alone. Like, there's got to be it's a two-way dance, is what I'm trying to say. And I really don't like talking about stuff like this in public, but at the same time, I don't like having imposter syndrome, feeling like I can't really be myself or talk about things going on with me because it might upset other people. Who am I upsetting? And if I look at these people, what they're going through, I mean, real pain. I mean, this man has tried to take his life in front of his kids, like, has them pleading outside the door, please don't shoot yourself, Dad. And then he's like, well, how did Joe find out about this? And, oh, he knows nothing. Like, they're going to lie and placate him. Like, just stop the lies. Stop placating. Quit putting up a pretty mask, and behind that mask is the authentic self. Fuck off with the mask. That's my frustration. Fucking quit pretending, everybody. And I'm not. I'm good. I've already accepted the fact that, you know, I have to protect myself and do what I need to do. You know, I just got full custody of my son in April or November of last year. It's not even been a year yet. And my wife talks about how much resentment and hate she has towards everything, and she can't be around my son because he has to feel the hate and rage she has inside. It can't be healthy for him. You know, while she's telling me this, my emotions are kind of like taking over, and I can sense that. When I'm talking to her, I'm like, let's just drop this. I don't want to talk about this right now. Well, this is my boundary. I'm not doing X, Y, Z. Hey, do whatever you... When I talked to my wife last night, I told her. Because we got on the phone after we talked yesterday about her not wanting to go to games. She needs a break. We can still see each other. Well, let me get Tempe. You can see her at games and stuff. Like, the only thing happening right here is Mina's not wanting to go to games now. She's tired. So I told her on the phone, like, after I processed, and like, that's what you have to let yourself do. I didn't. I hope I didn't overreact. And when we went for a nightly call last night, because part of the separation is I like to talk at night just to say goodnight. And she reciprocates that. She answers, and we talk. In fact, last night she called me. And I told her, because he texted me before we talked, she's like, I don't want to talk about the game tomorrow. Because that's basically what it is. She doesn't want to go to Jonah's game tonight. So when we got on the phone, I told her, hey, we don't have to discuss it, but I do want to make a statement. You know, I told her I'm not going to believe that she hates Jonah. I think right now she has a lot of frustration and resentment build up, and she feels hateful. But I'm not going to believe that she hates my son, because I've seen how much she's done for him and how she's been here for him and the other kids. And I've heard her, the way she's talked about her own children, similar statements. And I'm like, God, I know you're hurting. And this has to be hard for you. I can't imagine I couldn't imagine telling my partner how much I resent and hate the situation so much to where, like, I can't be there. Like, I told her, it's got to be hard. I can't imagine what you're going through. I mean, you know, the fact that she's saying, oh, well, we need a date. Again, you need to date me. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to do this. I need to do that. What I'm not hearing is what are you doing for you? Like, you need to get outside more. You need to exercise. You know, if you can't walk up a quarter mile and go up, you know, somewhat elevated of a hill without looking like you're going to kill over and die, profusely sweating, breathing, like I love you to death, woman, but you're letting yourself go to a point where it's like unhealthy isn't even the word for it. And you're miserable at the world. If anybody has a picture with you in it, you fucking the PTSD in this woman. And is this like people gaining weight and getting comfortable in their situation and then just not putting work into themselves and then projecting all that onto somebody else, as I am going through my master transformation, losing the weight, getting my finances in order. I might be filing bankruptcy. This is the first time I've ever filed bankruptcy. But I'm doing it because of conflicts with business, not because of misuse of funds or yeah, it's not because I'm not managing things well. It's because I got fucking hit with something that, and it's my fault. I should have had indemnification clauses in my fucking shit, but I didn't. Either way, I want to be healthy. I love my wife to death. She's pushing me away to the point where she's going to get what she's saying she wants right now, and yeah. We're in that 7-year point in our marriage. Yeah, it's just not good. Anyway, that's enough of the personal fucking bullshit I'm going through right now. Life sucks, but persevere. That's what I say. Keep moving. Get her done. Fun little toy. Okay, now we're talking. Oh, isn't that cute? I'll give you a couple of them. So I guess these are the filters for the vacuums. These are cute. Little cheap ass charging cable, which just throw that away because that's garbage. Excuse you. All right. Let's get all the pieces out here. I don't know. How strong do you think these things can go? Ew, look at all that hair. Do you see that hair? Look at all that hair picked up. Ugh. So I guess it's working. Oh shit, yeah, that got dusty real quick. Look at all that shit. But just you can't read that tiny ass fucking shit. Where's my phone? Yeah, where is my phone? Well, my phone's nowhere near me. I need to go look for my phone. Where the fuck is my phone? Did I leave it upstairs or something? So that's where it's supposed to go. It has locking mechanisms here, but the locking mechanism just doesn't lock to anything, I guess. All right. Little handheld vacuum cleaners for the car. One for the Tahoe. One for the 4Runner. For shorter nose step. Fully loaded. You talking to me? Huh? Alright, left playing around. Goofy ass bastard. Where do you think you're going, Clementine? What'd you do? Is this your fault? Oh, I gave her lovin's. Come here. Get up. Up. Come on, get up. Boy, get up. Come here. Up. 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 Oh, we go. Good boy. Here's my big poppers. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. No. That's my big boy. No, I don't have any TREATSs for you right now. Where's my big poppers? Oh, there's my big popper boy. I do need to get with Hiram. Hiram, I can't get with you today. We're going to get together next week. I got to get through this week. Next week will be Navicore. And this week, we need to get shit done. Oh my God. Hold up. Hold up. Oh yeah, grabbing them hairs. We shall see. We'll put her through the paces. I need like a little, and this is why I save all these little bags, y'all. Car vacuum cleaner. There you go. That's simple. You need to charge it. We'll do that later. Okay. So, I guess Jimmy Kimmel. I don't watch Jimmy. I don't watch late night. But apparently he's back on the air, which is good. And yeah, I just there's a lot of shit going on in this world. We don't need to lose ourselves in all this. That's all I'm going to say. That. Where is? That's what I'm doing. My TV's broke. Talk about heartbreak.
And she said Lane, like Madeleine Street. She's like, we'll compromise.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Your home.
Option football talk that hits harder than game day. Presented by Wendy's.
I can watch my news right here.
I'm turning to go. And I'm glad it is.
Eye-opener meets the world in 90 seconds.
If you're just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled article. This one of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report.
Returned after a nearly week-long suspension for comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
President Trump, who said Ukraine should give up land to Russia for peace, now says it can take it all back.
It could be that Russia's a paper tiger.
Major League Baseball says robot umpires are coming next year. Another big change in the game.
Players have always wanted to challenge if that was a ball or a strike.
At least 1 million people have been evacuated as Typhoon Ragasa barrels through southern China with hurricane-force winds.
A moment that went viral during this United Nations gathering.
French President Emmanuel Macron being stopped by police in the streets of New York City.
Let me try again in your native tongue. I am, how you say, walking here.
A lot of people have been asking me if there are conditions for my return to the air, and there is one. Disney has asked me to read the following statement, and I agreed to do it. Here we go. To reactivate your Disney Plus and Hulu account.
This morning's Eye Opener is presented by Progressive, making it easy to bundle insurance.
I thought that was very funny because a lot of people, they say, canceled.
Yeah, there was some cancellations, but not to the business context.
Yeah, fuck with their money. That's what will happen. And what to do with you.
He also has these chairs.
It ain't free no more.
It's a freedom motor? Yeah, which shots by the world.
And the controversy continued just before the show aired last night. President Trump posted on social media an unquoted hearing. The BBC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his show back. The White House was told by the show was canceled. The president then went on to suggest that he could potentially sue ABC, writing, "I think we're going to test ABC out on this." Tony?
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. The president is back in Washington reporting after a dramatic visit to the United Nations. And a speech to the General Assembly of the UN. And then, on policy note, he made a 180-degree turn on the war in Ukraine after talking with Ukraine's president. Zhang from the White House this morning. Following the speech after the mission. Good morning.
Tony, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. The president started this week by declaring Vladimir Putin let him down. Now, that disappointment has led to a major development, at least in the rhetoric. Trump said Ukraine will likely have to give some land to Russia to end the war, but now he says Ukraine can win all of it back. President Trump expressed fresh optimism Tuesday over Ukraine's efforts of the war against Russia.
The other side can fight too, and they prove it. They get the fight. It could be that Russia's a paper tiger.
Following the president posted WikiLeaks Ukraine with the support of the European Union is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form.
Everyone just go to the left and go back.
Zelensky said he was surprised by the comments after Trump's previous remarks about picking up territory.
President Trump was
Where the fuck are my adapters? Ballet song? Anybody want ballet song? What? You know ballet song. Ballet song.
During his address to the United Nations,
Been wanting to practice. I'll leave that out.
Like it has never been respected before.
while criticizing the UN for failing to stop conflicts around the world,
It's not even coming close to living up to their potential.
suggesting among its shortcomings were an escalator that stopped working on his arrival and a teleprompter that didn't roll initially.
These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
Trump also used his speech to urge countries to stop focusing so much on climate change.
It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world in my opinion.
And he warned them to be tougher on immigration.
It's time to end the failed experiment. The local buildings you have to underground. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
But despite his sharp criticisms of the world body, the president later told the UN Secretary General that he is behind the United Nations 100%, saying it has incredible potential to do so much. Vlad?
Thank you very much. Now to one of the strongest typhoons the world has seen in years, Super Typhoon Ragasa and into southern China. This is the moment it blew out the doors of a hotel in Hong Kong. There's already a little trail of destruction in Taiwan, where at least 17 people were killed, and the Philippines, where another 10 people died. And a corn is hunkered down in Hong Kong.
Super Typhoon Ragasa hummed the city this morning, bringing hurricane force winds, torrential rain, and a storm surge that led to a trail of destruction. A river of cinders crashed through the lobby of this luxury hotel, sending people on glass and flying. In neighboring Taiwan, heavy rain caused the dam to overflow. The wall of water.
Holy shit, that bridge is fucked.
In southern China, hundreds
God, that typhoon. My God.
as what's being done to
Could you imagine losing your life in something like that? Oh, God, poor people.
Oh my god, it's okay. For my family and I, who live close to the water, it was too close for comfort. Can you check the house? This violent storm
storm surge turning the Hump estuary into a menacing threat.
Well, we passed the worst of the storm, high tide had gone, and then suddenly this huge surge of water, all these waves crashed into our front yard, and as you can see, flooding, water's now trapped, and my boys and I are trying to now get it out. Thankfully, our perseverance and sandbags paid off. Not everyone was as fortunate to walk away unscathed.
Well, at least report we are all safe and sound. The water, as you can see, has receded. Super typhoon Ragasa has left Hong Kong. It's now making its way to southern China. It will lose its intensity, but to date, it has been one of the most powerful storms in the world this year. Back to you.
That was scary stuff. I'm glad you're okay and your family. Thank you so much. Now let's take a look at the weather here in this country. Some major damage is reported in Oklahoma. That's where strong winds ripped off part of a hospital roof, forcing patients to be evacuated. Now that is the same system that's now threatening more than 25 million people from Texas to Kentucky. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking all of this for you. Rob, what can you tell us? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gail. Well, those storms came through around 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon with winds measured over 60 miles an hour in Oklahoma. Missouri, same deal. 78-mile-an-hour winds reported in parts of Texas. Those storms now are drifting down to southern parts of Arkansas still with a pretty good punch here. But the actual front is going to stretch this energy out. Chunk of the country going to get a piece of this from Dallas to Memphis. Another surge heading towards Nashville later on today. These could be severe services.
What's cracking, yo?
The whole thing had converged on the northeast tomorrow.
That's some scope there, man.
Well, what are you, what, if anything, are you wanting to cover today?
I want to revisit Iowa.
Revisit it.
Yeah, how we're going to do with migration.
Thank you very much. The razor-thin margins in Congress are getting even thinner after voters took...
Yeah, what do you want to discuss about that?
So I just took my home solution. It was easy, painless. All the devices work.
As you took over control of it, or that's what you mean, right? You took ownership of the tenant, correct? Yep. So now, if we want to switch it over to a new tenant that's clean, that should be simple to do. We can test removing that and adding it to the new tenant, correct?
Right, I just don't understand what clean means. Well, why would it be dirty?
Jay, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just letting you know how we do things. Like, how do you want to do it?
Well, there's no point in doing that middle step if we've got to...
I'm not going to...
The issue that we're having is getting everybody together at one time to do the conversion on their side. They don't come to Cincinnati.
Okay.
I've offered to go to Dayton.
I don't even think we need to be on premise for anything unless we're doing a domain controller. And I do think we need to, like, at some point we will. All the computers need to be compliant, because I know when we reviewed that, remember, just there's a desired state we're going towards, and the things we do now, there's a roadmap to get there. It's not going to happen overnight. Like, we're going to wipe all these computers and relog into them to where the devices are captured in the tenant. Now, I can take the time to research what all GoDaddy, like, I don't know. I'd have to get into the tenant that GoDaddy had and see exactly, like, I don't know. There's so many different builds. Starting with a fresh tenant, to me, is just like having a new server. What you're doing is you're taking an old server, 2012, and you're just leaving it intact and taking over management of it. And I want to have a fresh start with everything where I know all the defaults are there, I don't know what all switches they flip. I don't even want to take the time to research it. What I want to do is do what we said we're going to do. Give them a fresh, new, clean tenant that they own. Not take over an old one that's messed up. So I can't control what you're going to do. I'm going to get paid the $1,000 a month for the first year regardless, doing what I do. So I'm not going to fight you on this. Just let me know what you need from me.
Currently nothing.
I mean, as long as it's in writing and that the gatekeeper's aware that, you know, we're making a recommendation and, you know, we can explain to her why we're making a recommendation. So I'm not going to, yeah, if that's the way you want to do it, that's the way you want to do it.
I was just confirming everything. So we'll get it scheduled for some time in October.
Get what scheduled?
The migration.
Now I'm confused. Are you going to do a migration?
But you're telling me I have to.
I'm telling you that that's been the plan. That's still the plan. And I hear that there's a potential to be a shortcut, but yeah, I don't like it.
That's fine.
Now, as far as the migration goes, if we are syncing these, and there's two accounts, because remember, as of right now, Microsoft will be billed through Navicore. We'll manage that. The way we deal with that is we're not trying to pretend like we're the provider. We're just managing the bill. So we'll just add a small management fee for every bill that we manage for them. You know, I tried to get it under you or try to get it underneath them, and I brought that up multiple times. So as it stands right now, we're the ones that are managing their Microsoft bill. So I got to get with Mary and make sure that we're going to build that, unless you, I'm assuming that's the way you want it since you haven't done anything.
Well, I wanted to clarify the question of, because right now they're paying for 2 tenants, or 3 tenants.
Well, right now I'm paying for one and they're paying for the other. Correct. So we're happy to make it easy for them to have fewer bills if that's the way they want it. That's part of, you know, that's a reactive client. We'd rather them be managed, but they may not be there yet. That's okay. So have you put any, like am I right in assuming that that's how it's going to be because that's where we're at right now, or is there a different way you want to go about it?
I mean, I assume they want to put it on their credit cards. I'll get her credit card, and I'll put it in there.
And the current bill right now is not that much because we haven't licensed everything. Or did you guys go ahead and create all the licensing?
But we had to create the licensing.
Oh, so yeah. So who's going to eat the bill for? Who's going to eat the first month's bill?
We'll figure it out.
That's. So, are you want to take over the billing, or you're saying they're going to take it over? Do you want to be underneath their account? Are you just going to add this first month under their $3,500, or do you want to bill them for that? How do you want to go about it?
Well, let me even confirm that it's been a month. That we've been.
We have paid for all the licensing already. We got hit with it on the 18th.
All right, well, send me the bill. I'll take care of it.
Okay. And then, as far as their sessions go, Like, I'm going to administer all the back end stuff, but how do you want to go about getting the actual, like, the workstation app? Like, I can create it, but is that something you guys can fill in, or is that something you guys need me to do?
You're talking about the worksheet?
It's kind of like a worksheet. It's just the online version. It's a list. Remember, the worksheet is there for us to just manage the budget as far as the 8 service groups. And I was thinking yesterday, I'm going to take a time out from talking about AWA for a second. I'm going to go into Navicore in Friday's presentation a little bit. All this fluffy, duffy identity, tech stack, workforce, the 3 pillars, and the triennial system with the 3 years. We look at the 3 years before us, 3 years next after us. You know, the past and the future to get to understand. Like, all this fluffy shit is customer facing. This is the shit we talk to them about, maker time, this and that. Internally, because I was thinking about this and talking to AI, and I don't think that's what this group wants to hear about. Like, that's all the fluffy stuff and the good stuff that's going to sell it. What they want to hear is we have 8 service groups, and those 8 service groups consist, you know, under the first one, private cloud, we manage their LANs. How many LANs do they have? Their guest Wi-Fi, we don't count that. We allow a guest Wi-Fi, but how many other Wi-Fis do they have? Like Wegman, they have 5 different Wi-Fis. One for the gardens, one for the warehouse, one for this, one for that. And they want different networks, that way things can't overlap, and that's fine. But managing all those different LANs, there's a line item for it. Manage all the different WANs. If they have 2 internet connections coming in, we should be able to charge for managing both of those. So each service group has a set of service items underneath it. And I guess what I'm getting at is I think we need to talk about the service groups, how they're going to be delivered. And then we can get into support and how we do matters and objectives. That could be the next part of the presentation, but I think it needs to be focused on the actual technology services we're providing and how this group is going to expand on that and create different service groups under the marketing pillar, underneath the financial pillars. So where I'm going with all this is as we develop this worksheet and do this, the app needs to live in the client's tenant. So there should be a worksheet that we fill out, but it should also live, like, everything we're doing internally on that worksheet. Eventually we can stop doing the worksheet and just work from their team site internally, which I hope as we build the Navicore system, that's what Chris Brock is coming into this for. I want to use Dataverse for us to be able to collect. So as they're putting things into their list on their tenant, their tenant is connected to the Navicore tenant to where we can pull into our Dataverse their objectives, their matters. So if everybody has the same asset sheet on their team site where they have their workstations and who gets what workstations, and that all feeds into our master database. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So as we build out these, so the worksheet needs to be completed, but it's not going to have each workstation listed out on it. So I'm going to build, and these are all the things we have to track. The data stack, we have to track that. And have I shown you what that looks like for somebody else? Jay?
I don't think.
Are you familiar with data stack? Do you know what that is?
Yep.
So there's going to be a page on their SharePoint site that looks something similar like this, where we explain to them, welcome to data stack. Here's the data that we generate, create, retrieve, all that good shit. Libraries explained, processes for archiving active projects, server shares, tells them where it's at, how they can connect to it. few lists over here, but with the different libraries and stuff. But if you want to see the full, like the actual data stack, this is the data stack. So when they train somebody and they don't know where to store shit, this app right here. Now, do we want the users to see this app, or do we want them when they get their job role, like the AI pulls all that stuff and says, here's what you have access to and here's your data stack. That's how I foresee this going. Like that's way down the road. We have to play manual, put all that together and report it, or build a page to say here's for this user. Like, but eventually AI is going to be doing all this for us, if that makes sense.
And then who maintains it?
Well, that's the team on the back end. So you have your account manager. An account manager is going to be trained on a few things, to work with technicians to make sure that these sites are where they need to be. And technicians will know these sites and what fills into what. Like, a technician will know what the data stack is. And when we bring to them an assessment, here's all the drives we have, it's up to them to make sure that we have the right service account to get to all the different shares and libraries, to put everything in here properly. The account manager just needs to be aware of this system and to make sure it's accurate, because they're going to work with the gatekeeper of the business, and that gatekeeper is the one that's responsible for their tech plan, not you. You're responsible for the master tech plan. You got to uphold it and make sure that you're delivering it to their client or custom tech plan as close as possible. So, you know, they can go off the wall, they can go, but if we got to keep them somewhat tied to the MTP standards, right? There's some rules you can break and whatnot. And it should be very flexible. So, sorry, I'm going on a tangent. What was the question?
Right.
Who manages it? That's what you asked?
Who manages all this SharePoint stuff?
When you say stuff, like right now...
The updates, the building, the updates, the maintenance, the upgrades.
At the moment, it's me, and I get that. I actually have, Wegman actually has users building sites and putting resources together, and they're kind of going rogue. And I use that as an example, not to go, you know, old Joe would have been pissed off, like, what the fuck do they think they're doing? They can't do that. That's against the rule, blah, blah, blah. You know, now the way I approach it is, oh, well, I see you guys have these things, and are you guys using this for the workforce? Oh, you're actually tracking time for the employees through this system. That's what you're sending to the, you know, Jen upstairs, so that way she can put in their hours so they get paid properly. So you actually built an app to track time. That's awesome. Like, kudos to you, but that's in a dev environment. And if you got to go in production, this is how I explained it to Scott. So, Scott, we need to bring that app that he built over here. He's like, why can't we just leave it there? I'm like, well, because the site that he built, I don't know how it's governed. Like, he has all the rights to it, and, you know, I could just take over ownership, but now I have an extra site to do. What I want to do is just bring that app over, put it on our production team site, and if he has anything else official, he's like, well, what if he wants to update the app or something? I was like, it's a production app. If he wants to update it, that's fine, but we can't have resources where people go in and just change things like that. We need, you know, change orders. We need to be able to track that. Now, if it's a small change, like, oh, this column was misspelled, fine, yeah, go in there and fix that thing. He should have access to administer it. But if he's going to do an update, I think we need to get better at doing things like this. And that's the way I've sold it to him. Now we have a production site, and things get approved. It gets put into the production site, and they have their dev environments where they can go and test and stuff, but they know once it gets to a certain point, it needs to move into production. And now that's been adopted, and now it's being, like, it's not that I'm trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to give a structure. If I get hit by a bus, well, guess what? Here's your one site, whoever's taking over. You need to manage this site, and here's all the apps that they use for production, and here's some environments that they're developing in, but those should come here. Now, whether they want to continue going the route I was going or change it, I'm hoping to train people to see how I'm doing these things and managing it in a way that fits our small size. If we had a full team for SharePoint, I'd let everybody build their own sites and go fucking AWOL with it. But I'm one guy, the only one that does SharePoint right now. So what I want to do is encourage them to be like, even Melissa now, she's starting to do news posts. I don't have to do it. I've been the one doing it this whole time. I don't want to do it, but I want it to look, I want that polished professional look for the company. So don't they. So I let her do it once, and it was a fucking, like, Scott's like, yeah, we ain't doing that again. Well, exactly. And Fisher, they're doing it for completely different reasons. They actually get it. They're just having struggles of, working on the business is hard. So keeping them up with getting the handbook out, getting the employee reviews done. Things that IT has nothing to do with, but they're using IT to get these things done. The polished look, that's CIO, that's account management. So it's up to you to work with the gatekeeper to figure out how these sites best serve them and their team. And us as the IT department, because that's really what it's for. Here's your IT department. Here's your tech plan. You can actually do your HR in here too. Your finances in here. Let's build your financial plan in here. Let's build your, all that happy bullshit. Yeah. Sorry. End of tangent. What's next?
So who updates and maintains the SharePoint?
Me right now, but we're training others.
What are you going to do when there's 20 sites? And do we submit requests for workstation ads? And
you do realize we're having a partner meeting on Friday. In that meeting, I'm one guy that can do up to 5, and I have 3 right now. I'm doing a high school too. In fact, I got their meeting today at 1:30. I just remembered that. Yeah, I got a 10 o'clock with Brandy Core. Are you aware of that?
No.
Or is it 11? Oh, shit, what time is their fucking meeting? No, Awas is every 2 weeks on Tuesdays. Brandy Core's is every 2 weeks on Wednesdays. They couldn't do it last week, so Brandy Core pushed it to this week, and it's at 11 o'clock. So, shit, what was I just saying before all that?
What were we talking about?
Oh, the partner meeting's on Friday. Yeah, partner meeting's on Friday. A big part of this is do you think Summit would like to be able to do what Joe's doing with SharePoint right now?
Maybe.
I think there's interest in that, and that's what I want to do is I want to bring that capability to them. Now, when we start talking Dataverse and stuff in the next partner meeting, not this partner meeting, but I want to bring Steve Young into the next partner meeting. Do you know who he is?
Quarterback for San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, Shane Young. Shit. Shane Young.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Jesus, I haven't heard Wix in fucking years.
How many of the little features in Power Apps have you noticed changed recently, right? I count 9 currently, and maybe it's because of all the Easter egg hunts and trying to find the eggs that I just hid, and like, where did I hide them at? Maybe that's what brought this to my mind. But basically, there's a bunch of little things that Power Apps has changed over the last few months that don't ever make it into full-scale videos, so I thought we'd just make for a fun little quick run-through video to show you all of them, make sure that you know what they are, and that you're using them properly, because a lot of them are just quality of life improvements. Sound fun? Then let's switch over to my desktop and take a look. Let's just hop to it. The first feature is drag and drop controls and screens. So did you know that over here on the left now in the tree view, I can just grab screen 7 here and drag it up here to where it belongs. Boom! It is where it goes. If we grab screen 1 here, and so if I want to move the gallery to the top, we just pick it up and drag it and put it into place. Much easier than the old, we'll click the ellipses here and then do the whole reorder and then move it one step at a time. So drag and drop. There you go, number 1. Number 2, if we go back over here to the home screen, and so let's make a plan is now the default experience if you got the new one on, but that wasn't a feature. But what number 2 is when you go into tables now, it has gotten a lot better with working with existing ones, right? So the data workspace is better.
Jesus, these commercials. Anyway, he's in Cincinnati, and if you actually look at Microsoft's actual power, like Microsoft's YouTube channel, they're like Microsoft. Here's our training video on Power Apps. they hired him to do, like, he's the one voice, he's the one you hear. You don't see him, but you hear him talking, and he's doing the training on everything. So him and his wife, I first met him when I brought Nicola, his wife, in to Wegman back in 2021. I've met with him a few times and had dinner with him a few times, and him and his wife, actually I met him through her, and we may be doing a show together here in the near future. So that all that stuff excites me. But anyway, and I don't know how many followers he has, but bottom line is this is our local group. He has 15 employees that are global, just people that he works with, and they can do this remotely because of who they are.
For your words,
The fuck?
create your brand.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I...
Hey, my name is Shane Young. Are you looking to learn about Power Apps or PowerShell or Power?
Yeah, he's got 177,000 subscribers. That's crazy. Anyway, I want that group to be our, when we start to build the actual MTP Dataverse. That's who I want on my team. The Dataverse is what's going to bring it all together.
Right. And then so all the SharePoint stuff, does that fall under VCIO, or is there a line item on the 8 service groups for SharePoint?
It definitely falls under VCIO. And if let's say somebody's working with Andy, like Fisher Design has a roadmap that when Randy's done, their financial plan to manage the money coming in, the money going out, that financial plan will be managed by the MTP under the MFP, Master Financial Plan. Master Transformation Plan, Master Tech Plan, Master Financial Plan on that next layer. Anyway, that Andy would be responsible the way that I'd want him to deal with that client. We're not doing technology at all for them, but he should be doing their tech plan in their SharePoint site, in their tenant, hopefully, that they own, and building that out for them. And if not, we're learning Google. So we have Google Sites as well, and they can build a free site to save money. That way Andy can collect more money, but ideally, these are just pathways I'm seeing, potential ones. I'm not saying these are directions I definitely want to go. I'd rather us, if we're going to do a financial plan with them, well, do they have their tech stack in order to have a solid financial plan, or do we need to house their financial plan for them? Then we would build a SharePoint site for them. That's one way we can go about that is that we would provide them a financial plan, and if they want it, well, then they have to have the IT services. Well, do you have your own tenant so we can put your site in here? We don't want you to have a tenant through GoDaddy or something because that's not yours, and they can break it off and give it to you, but even then you're bringing over, and Jay, I'll look into it. I just don't have capacity for it now. Let's just do the damn thing. But I don't know I don't know how it gets broke over, and I don't know how well that tenant's been updated, because not every tenant's the same. Are you aware of that?
I'm sure that not every tenant's the same, and there may be different builds. And
absolutely, there is different builds.
But we're looking at trying to get access to 15 plus devices, maybe 20 devices when you count phones, tablets, computers, laptops, and we're going to break a bunch of stuff.
All we're going to do is have them.
There's going to be a lot of lost time in production on the companies that follow side, in just little things that they're going to lose, like the auto remembers and all of those little things that people don't think about when you do a migration.
Is that still something you have to worry about? I thought they fixed that.
No, it doesn't. The auto remembers that it predicts what you think based on what email you have in your account, but that doesn't do auto remembers.
Well, I hear you. And last thing I want to do is make things difficult. So, do we not have our agent on all these devices so that way we can easily...
We don't have our agent on our phones and our tablets.
No.
Assuming that they had phones and tablets.
Nope. But you do know we can do remote. We can do remote support now through mobile, right? I mean, I don't want to go in that can of worms right now. I want us to do this clean. I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it right. So I don't know what build. I don't have the capacity to do a deep dive into figuring out what would you call that? An adopted tenant from, yeah. I don't even know the back end structure of how the GoDaddy does things, but I do know that they have a specific build for them. I'd like to. I don't know if it can be converted. I don't know. So, do you have the admin credentials for that tenant somewhere?
For
the admin at allwallconstruction.com. Like, can I get in as a global admin and take a look around that tenant that they did? It's not that I'm not curious. I do want to see what that looks like. I think that's cool that they're breaking that off now. I don't want to minimize or dismiss that that's cool. But at the same time,
we haven't started the process yet.
Not for them.
Right.
That's right. Fuck. I was thinking Home Solutions. I'm happy to take a look at Home Solutions to see what the fuck. Look at that compared to a new tenant today. So if you give me global admin, or if it was painless to go ahead and get, why don't we already have it broken off?
Because
the second we
back and forth on whether it's better just to defederate it and do the migration all at once.
Whoa. So, first of all, if it's painless for us to get control of that tenant where we can defederate it ourselves, let us do it. That was the biggest win for me, is that we don't have to call them up on the phone and wait for them to click done next, and then did they hit next yet, or they say they did. Like, we have control of that now. We can actually go in and do it. And is your Home Solutions email going through GoDaddy's tenant? Did you have to start paying for Microsoft yourself, or do you not even use email through that?
I haven't gone through the licensing yet. They created the same license as whatever we had, and I think we have 7 days to put a Microsoft license on there. But I haven't attached a credit card or anything to it yet. I've been in a tenant.
Yeah, I just would like to get in and take a look around and see the build. But back to what I was saying. So this list right here, this data stack app for AWA, right? The beautiful thing about this, Jay, is you get to create it in real time. So if we go to AWA's, I haven't created one for them yet. That's right. I gotta go to, let's do this. Now the core. We'll do boom. And we'll in private window. And we will go to Is it 8383?
I don't know.
8333. So it's basically a blank canvas right now, right? And it's all. It doesn't even need to have anything in here right now. They're not using it the way. Yeah, we don't need to develop out the whole site yet to say welcome to the AWA. We don't know. We're still learning, I guess is what I'm saying. So however this site's going to look and feel for AWA, for Ben to open up and not see that this is how the world sees his business, but this is how my team and I operate from this site here. Like, this is where we come to do our job. This is our virtual office, if you will. So let's make it beautiful. So when they walk into their virtual office, it's easy to get to whatever they need to get to. It's convenient. Everything's there. So right now, I haven't even messed with the navigation. All I did is come into here and deleted all the content and started building things on the site. So this is a blank site. If we go to site contents, this will show you everything that's been added to the site as far as libraries and lists go. So far we have the documents, this is their shared documents. When they open up their computers, and if they're syncing this library, they'll have the AWA business with the little building logo, and then underneath that will be the libraries that they're syncing. And there will be one called AWA-documents. And that is this library, which every user should be able to access. This is their catch-all. This is their shared documents. With what they have in place, we don't want them using this really. I mean, this should be like an odd place to put things, maybe to use it. I have some clients that use it just to share things with external people. So we can make this location here a place where they can put files and teach them how to share those files securely with others outside the business. But yeah, understanding the data stack and how it works, libraries versus shares. If we can get away from shares altogether, amazing. Does that make sense what I'm saying about libraries versus shares?
It's still a map drive, right?
A share to me is a map drive or a volume somewhere that's local on a server or a computer. A library is SharePoint/OneDrive. So if you look here at this data stack, you'll see volume type. Is it a library or is it a shared volume? This just says SharePoint or shared volume. Where this is the site that the data is on, that they need a reference, and here there's no site for these two. I should put down what server it's on. Oh, this only, you can only choose sites. Shit, never mind. So I know that they have a Dropbox and everything's basically in that Dropbox and they just share here and there, right? I want to create, think of all that stuff being in one big drawer just thrown in together. Now we have all these clean drawers with linings and stuff where we can take them and put them where they need to go. Working with her, getting the libraries laid out. Okay, where do you want your templates for contracts to go? Where do you want, like, building this out right for them? And you can do it by departments, you can do it by use case. Usually I like to have a departmental folder and then have the different use cases underneath there and then give rights to that however you want. But this is what account managers need to do. Regardless of however you figure it out, lock it in and document it. If it needs to change later, great. And you use these metrics to help you with the client. It's their time. If they keep changing shit, bring it up in the next review saying, listen, we spent a lot of time rehashing things and re-updating things instead of just locking something in and moving forward with it. Like, that's getting into coaching and, helping businesses evolve. Like, you actually have to have that kind of established relationship in order for us to even do what I'm saying, right?
All right. So is the goal to push all of those meetings to the account manager?
Well, so an account manager that's doing this, and what we call an account manager is actually the work that we want them doing is to build out their plan, to understand what the plan is. The plan is that we need to have their data stack in order, all their communication channels. When we say channels, these are all the different channels so far. Now, we're creating 1, 2, 3, 4 out of their 5, right? The company that's theirs, correct? They had that before we came into the picture, correct?
In the default.
I think if you go to their website,
like info is company.
Yeah, correct. See, I would rather have info or contact at all-construction. I think company at, like, that would be like a, FD all or a, all company type email. And to me, it's those little things like that across the board that make the difference. It just makes them look small to me, in my opinion. So they have it listed here too. And no phone number, but they have somebody on the phone with somebody. That's fun. And yeah, so this is their external communications. All right. Now, support at. When we create support at, which we can go ahead and do this. I'm not going to fill that out. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so do we want to allow people that do not have a AWA or CPM email address to be able to email support?
Oh, no.
So if they can't get to something, they want to do it from their Gmail account, they send something to support at AWA, it won't go through?
I guess if their email account doesn't work and they have to send it from somewhere else, that would be a problem, huh?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of that would be problematic. But if they're aware that we have security measures in place, that if they're having problems, they just need to call our office or email your person directly through whatever email address you want. Because what we're doing is saying, hey, we're going to create an internal, support for you. And what I want the service desk to get trained on eventually is that when a call comes in, whoever is answering the phones, we want them to be the least skilled people that are answering incoming calls for support. And the first thing I want to train them on is when you answer a call, we need you to qualify that call. Like, what's the issue and where does it need to get to so we get the right person in front of it? Is this a QuickBooks issue and it's more towards how to use QuickBooks, so we need to get it over to Andy and his crew because it's a CFO thing? Is this more of a, something in IT isn't quite clicking right, or an email's not being sent, or we should have received an email or something? Well, that needs to go to this support group. Yeah. And whoever does receive these emails, like when somebody emails support at, that's going to automatically kick it to the matters or to our service desk, and they're going to see that. Well, we do it like that way. The client's only putting things into one place, but we are qualifying it and getting it to where it needs to go, so that way we get that support right away. And we need to work with the company to make sure that when they call or when they email support, or if they call the support number that we provide for them, does that go straight to a technician or does it go to a call tree? Because they may actually have other places. Like, do they need let's say they have a specialty software they use to manage their project. What's that software that they do have, like E4 Clicks or something like that?
I mean, that was 10 years ago, but
let's just say that something like that, they're having a problem with it. They put in support at, our guys should be able to go, oh shit. So what we just did is we hurt them because now we had a middle step in the email process. They should have an email, e4clicks at allwalkbusiness.com. If you're having a problem with E4 Clicks, you email that channel. And then if somebody accidentally sends it to support, because that's just where they always send it, they're not aware of all the different channels. They rarely ever have to use support. It's not like a foul. We're not going to say, oh, that's not us, get off of us. You sent that to the wrong place. No, we forward it to, because our technicians should be aware of the structure and the tech plan that they're supporting. We are their IT department. We should know their tech plan. And that's why we're going to have certain businesses that are similar, so that way when that person calls in, they should go to a service desk that's more familiar with these types of things. This is a pretty big, I don't think you realize what I'm trying to create here. It's like having an enterprise level support desk for, pretend like each small business is a branch, except for each branch being unique is an understatement. They're completely different entities. It's not like, like I said, I might just be fucking retarded. I might be crazy. That's a good possibility, because I keep using the R word, and I guess that's frowned upon nowadays. I don't know.
So I'm just trying to look into the future. The SharePoint site gets built. You move on to the next person, company. The account manager is then responsible for maintaining and updating and the relationship and the SharePoint site.
Yeah, but we're not throwing you to the wolves. So at some point, we will reduce the amount of sessions that I'm involved with, because I still think it's important that, even as this goes, we might hire somebody and they get trained with what I'm doing specifically, and they get good at it to where I can step away. And if that person's only responsible for meeting with gatekeepers and their account manager to help get things kicked off, and then the account manager can just maintain things from there. Plus, the account manager is going to come back to the account manager status meeting once a week, and it'll organically grow. Let's just say we have it up to 10 sites that we're managing, 10 plans that we're managing that's truly managed with this platform. You have 3, somebody else has 3, 2 others have 2. We want to look and review as a team at these sites. All account managers should have access to all sites. And we're supporting each other and making sure the sites are where they should be, if that makes sense. It's never going to be just on you. We're a team. We're building a solid brand, a unified, consistent way of doing something. So we should be encouraging each other to work with each other and take a look at, is this up to par, or do you have any insights on this? Feedback is key here. So trying to get them to be consistent. Like you, when I'm showing you, telling you how awesome the thing is and the sites are, when you see things going, well, that's not so awesome, bring it up, I'm trying my best not to get defensive and shitty about when people critique my work. I want it critiqued. I want to hear what you're saying. And if I have a good reason why it is the way it is, I may share that with you, but it's all towards growth. So, I don't know. I think it'll be a team effort. It won't be on one person.
It's just taking me to the next question is, out of the 8 service groups, where does the money come from to hire and pay account managers?
From the VCIO. And so we have to look at all the different service groups. All 8 service groups have to have decent margins, and every client should be paying the minimums at the very least of those service items. Getting that cleaned up, first of all, would probably get us a lot further than you think, Jay. That's one of the points I've been trying to screen for the last several years, and I do believe that if we, just like Mary, my goal isn't to go in there and just get them a SharePoint site. My goal is to get them paying a fair budget and having a tech plan that matches that budget. And what they value as fair is way different than what we value as fair. So we have to find that middle ground, meet them where they are. $1,000 a month is going to sting, but they should start seeing those improvements within the first three. The first quarter, they should start seeing with the team site in place and having everything synced and everything set up in the environment. They should start to feel this is actually this is a quality of life improvement. This is good. And then as we continue the work and streamlining their things that we can't even think of right yet because we don't know, because we don't have the tech plan filled out yet. That's what I'm trying to say is the very first step is they start reactive, even if they were ready to be managed and they're all about it and this and that. We're starting at reactive because that's where the relationship is. We don't know enough to be able to manage you yet. We're just learning. We meet them where they are. We document what they have and what they're doing. And something's going to change because we'll be doing migrations and stuff to get them on the right service groups or to get their service groups aligned with the MTP. And in doing that, we're going to make changes. So we can't just completely start where they are. Some of those things are going to change right away, that's why the migration is so nice, because we're going to learn quickly and take time to, we just want to bring over that mess and put it over here. We could do that. How big is their Dropbox, do you think?
A terabyte.
That's about all the space. They're almost capped out then.
I have no idea.
Well, it really doesn't matter. It's keeping the structure of the rights and the shares in there, bringing that over and being able to make sure that's maintained. That's going to be the hard part. Which is why I'm saying let's just go ahead and build out the different libraries they need and bring the stuff over and put it where it goes when we bring it over. And then whatever's left in the Dropbox can get, after we organize all the folders that we know need to have clean drawers for that data stack, we'll take everything else left in there that's just like miscellaneous crap and whatever. We'll put that in the shared documents and they can clean that up whenever they want. But all their scans coming into ooh, that's a good one. Don't they scan a lot?
I'm sure they do.
So when they scan something, it sends out an email to people. Does it need to come from scans? Does that not matter? Do we need scans to be now that I'm thinking about it, we may not need that to be a channel. No, we want a library for scans. So that way when they scan stuff, it goes into a central library. That's what it is. I'm not, it's not a channel, it's a fucking... Or do you think that's a good is that good for the data stack?
I don't know how, honestly, they do it now. If they scan it to email and it goes to Mary's email and then she files it in Dropbox. Or, I doubt if it goes straight to Dropbox.
Well, we can have in their... Where's their data stack?
Yeah, and then when you do set it up to go to scans, then you've got security issues because does everybody need access to scans because everybody is a scanner? Or?
Well, it's something to think about. I'm going to put it down as a suggested for sending scans directly to SharePoint. Let's say they want a central place just to be able to scan it. And maybe this is in that scans folder, could be inside the documents library of the team site. And however we do, there's certain things we will standardize. People want to be able to scan to their email from their printer. We don't do printers, but we can recommend a printer that does XYZ. I don't know what you're doing for scanners and printers and stuff now. I don't want to dick with it. I just recommend Canon. And I know that their printers have all the features to where we can standardize how anybody that buys one of our standardized printer copiers, we know we'll be able to set it up to where they can hit the scan button, hit address book, choose a name, and it'll go to that person's email. Or they can say scan to a folder, and it can go to the scans folder. This is just a standard part of our master tech plan. Do you want to deviate from that? So what we're doing is we're presenting them a standard that they can go, well, I like it, but let's tweak these things. Instead of emailing to people, we don't want that because of our type of job, whatever. Whatever it is, it gives them a starting point if they don't have one to articulate. Right?
Right.
So, yeah. Now, enough talk about AWA. At 11 o'clock, we're going to jump into a meeting with Matt. Oh, where did my teams go? Jesus. What the fuck did we talk about? Alright, what I'm doing right now is I'm just taking last week's session here. I'm giving it the notes from AI. I'm giving it the transcript from last week. And I'm giving it a screenshot of the team sites where it is today. We have a session with Brandy Corp in 1 hour. Are prepping and need to figure out next steps and what to focus on today. Please review and get me a solid plan for this session. Yeah, we're already using 5. Boop, 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 boom. Anything on fire? Oh shit, did he send that to me? That's right, I did ask him to send that to me. Oh shit. He canceled. Matt did. Now, so Jay, here's what I want to do also as far, let's talk about web for a second. I want to get hiring. I want to get our web business, the eighth service group needs to be cleaned up. I'm going to give Hiram the HostGator account that I've been managing. Let him take that over. What we're going to do is we're going to look at we're going to have a list of all the sites under web management. We already do. What we're going to do is we're going to go to each client to get a fair budget for managing their website. And that, whatever that budget is, a good portion of that needs to go to Hiram. That needs to be his pay for being our web person. And he helps out outside of web if we need it. He's one of the most cost-effective employees that we have. So I want to make that a thing so that way he's getting... And he's also, as we give him stuff, like the consistency will get there. He's also going to be our HubSpot guy, and he's also being trained on some of the SharePoint stuff too. So he can be somebody that we can hand off stuff to on the back end to help out with some of this stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
It sounds good. Do we communicate with him directly, or how do we communicate with him?
Well, here's the thing. It's being done through the MTP, okay? So, working with him, we don't have a matters or objectives tracking. We don't have matters or objectives being tracked at the moment, correct?
We did a refresher on the Summit PSA. There was one technical thing as far as products go, but have to see if that's been worked out. And then as far as objectives go, are we doing it on the Navicore site or the iCore site or the Cincy PCS site or the client site?
Well, all matters and objectives need to be tracked consistently for those that are through the MTP. Okay. If you want to do work with hiring outside of clients that are in the MTP, he's going to have an hourly rate that he will do for that kind of work at his hour. Like, that's something he can do at his rate, however he wants to do that. And his focus will be on the MTP first. So if he has space, which I'm sure he has plenty of time right now, but as things pick up, he'll have less and less time. What I'm talking about is getting everybody that has a web through us. We're standardizing how that's done, and we need to meet with the gatekeepers, because it all sounds great, but we have to do our part. We have to meet with the client, get them to, are they in charge of their website, or do they want us to be in charge of the website? Are they keeping it up to date, or are we keeping it up to date? Are they supplying the content and the materials, or do we got to come up with this content and the materials? Like, all these questions are important. And depending on how much we're taking on, that should determine how much the budget should be. If it's like a KZ Martin thing, I mean, what are we going to bill? $50 a month? I think that's even overkill for what it is. I don't even want it. I get it. It's not that I don't want it. It's just it doesn't belong under the MTP. How many clients do you think have websites that they would pay $100 a month for at minimum, if not more?
That we manage or just have?
How many clients do we have that would be willing to pay money into their websites? Like Woodhouse, I'm sure he has a group he already pays good money for all of his, like, he has a CMO, a virtual or a fractional CMO of some sort, I'm assuming already, right?
I think the franchise manages it.
Either way, somebody else manages his site. So I'm not worried about people like him. Like House Vets. They're a bad example too. Brandycore. Like, she's a good one. Like, she needs to be the gatekeeper for the marketing plan for Brandycore. And the way that, try to stay on point here. What are we trying to accomplish right this second?
Cleaning up our web stuff so that we're not losing money.
Well, and also trying to retain Hiram and make sure that we have plenty of work for him. Helping it bring the vision to life, right? So if we were doing $100 a month for a set of clients, just looking at who we have right now, let's do this. That can't be right. Hold on here. Wegmans paying their $130 a month until they go to HubSpot. Fisher Design doesn't pay anything now because they're on HubSpot. They pay for a few things because of The Truth and a couple other sites, but nothing really here. JDTCO. Do you know what they're paying right now? Do you know the breakdown on their worksheet?
It's $700 or so, and I'd have to pull up their worksheet.
Well, bottom line is I know Hometown Title, what are they paying?
Oh, what are they paying, or what does the worksheet say that they? Oh.
Do you have an updated worksheet for HTA? I didn't hear you, buddy.
I'm looking.
Well, don't stress it. Just hear me out. This is where we are. We need to get each worksheet. Like, if you work with me, Jay, the plan is to get each client their worksheet done and to build out their internal environment with them. If that's the direction they're willing to go. If that's not a direction they're willing to go, the very minimum needs to be that worksheet needs to be proper, and they need to be build that. And if it's not aligned with them, if we are going this direction with Summit and everything else, we need to get these blinders off and focus on the big picture here. They have a pipeline that's hard for them to keep up with. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is. I don't know what that looks like. I also know that Eric has a bunch of clients. Everybody coming to this meeting has a bunch of clients. You have a bunch of clients. We start by standardizing things. I want to work with each business that's want to be part of this to pick an area God damn, this reflux shit I keep getting. To pick an area of their business for us to focus on. And for you, Jay, what I want to do is get your clients aligned, get them to sign a new agreement. Now, we built a product called a tech plan. We want to sell them a tech plan. You don't have to do everything that, you don't have to do all the SharePoint stuff. You don't have to manage the websites and things of that nature. Offering them the service groups and getting that done first is your first step. Having reviews, getting their budgets updated, and making sure they're fairly paying you. And then the reason for this campaign of clean up the worksheets and get the clients billing right, you're going to go to each client with where they are now, paying you what they're paying you now. And that's going to be in the worksheet saying this is what we get paid now. This is what the worksheet comes out to be. And we need a roadmap to get you from what you're paying now to paying what should be paid. Now, it's not to be an asshole, Jay. It's to take care of things. Now, we want to be fair, too. We're not going to sell them a website if they don't really need a website. Our job as their CIO, their account manager, working with the MTP, is to give them a budget that works for them. If they can only afford what they're paying us now, then we need to make sure they can do their job. If they can't do their job with what they're paying us now and can't have the tech stack that they have, that's going to hurt their business. So is it going to hurt your business more to pay a little extra to cover the cost or to lose the thing? It's practical sales. You don't have to push it. You don't have to be nice about it. Hey, listen, we have to make ends meet too. This is what we're doing. Then you're going to get people pissed off asking questions like you had, it's Dave, right? Fingerman? Remember how he got all frustrated when we started talking about the pricing for stuff and how he was like, I got to charge this amount for this person and that much for that person. And what am I going to do? Raise my bill, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know. But this is the cost. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. And he doesn't want to find somebody else. So he's going to beat us up. That's what he does. And, yeah. That's what people are going to do to you when they're comfortable with you. And you should take them going off like that. That lets you know you're in a good place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I was going to work on that stuff.
What stuff?
Getting the worksheets updated and people paying what they're supposed to pay. And
if what about what I'm trying to do is overkill to get that done?
Nothing. It's just getting it done and I think that we're probably going to have to start aligning our pricing with what Summit charges.
Well, that's part of.
Or other MSP.
Yeah, that's part of what we have to do. We have to we're going into the 26 MTP, right? We're getting ready to go, we're wrapping up this year. So right now, what I'm trying to get us to do is set the standards for 2026. If we're going to work with Summit, and we're putting everybody underneath that realm, that's fine. The only thing I'm asking Summit to do is use our PSA, which they've already said they would do, so we're going to move on from there as if that's what's happening. Now, if you want to continue using their PSA, that's fine, but anybody that's being managed in the SharePoint sites like this right here needs to eventually work with MSP Manager. I like MSP Manager. Do I want to take what MSP Manager does and make a SharePoint app out of it and live in SharePoint, which is kind of the direction I'm headed? Or do we want to allow them to continue doing what they do and have the RMM and the integration to a way when I have integration working with SharePoint with MSP Manager, that way, they're still the true north, but now my Dataverse can feed from their MSP Manager. They do have APIs, and the more I learn about this and how easy it is, I'm not a developer, I don't want to be. I'm somebody that's understanding data and how it flows and how to keep it secure, and I feel confident about the direction I'm trying to take us in. And the insights we're going to get from people's data feeding into the Dataverse, right? Now we're Microsoft all of a sudden. Now we have everybody's data coming in here, and we get to say, hey, we're not going into the context of your matters and your objectives. We're more interested in the, what are users checking as when they qualified? What are the qualifiers? What are the categories? We don't need to get into the granular things about it, which AI now can do. It's effortless to go through people's shit and get a report back. But then you got hallucinations. You got to double check the work. And anyway, my vision for this whole thing is like, I don't know if I'm just bored or what, but that's what I'm trying to bring to life. And it starts where we are today. You know, Steve Jobs and his guys starting in a garage. Nobody thought it would turn into. This is our garage. We're starting. Let's get to work. Let's stick to it and make it a big thing. So we have the standard worksheet, right?
Right.
Is there an issue with the standard worksheet?
I think, well, I need to get with Summit. I've seen MIS's worksheet. I don't think the client cares where their money is allocated as far as service groups go, but I think that private cloud is way too high and workstations are way too low.
We can balance all of that out. That's just where we were in the 23 MTP. That's fine. Going into the 26 MTP, now we remember when we look at this, just pull it up just because it's easier to talk about it when you have something to reference. We're not worried about right now. We're here in this 25, right? So I think we did pretty good both in the 2020 tech plan through 2022 to this tech plan. I did look back a lot at the previous tech plan through this tech plan to help me figure out where I'm going forward. Now, when we're looking at the pricing for this, we can't do such a far jump from this tech plan here to this tech plan. We can't like do a huge, like, we have to be cognizant of this. So would I say let's say we should be billing, instead of $250 a month for private cloud as a minimum, it should be $50 a month as a minimum, and workstations no longer should be $45 a month per, it should be $85 a month per. Looking at this for the next 3 years, is that jump too big, or do we want to say, okay, let's take it from 50 down to 100 and 250 to 150 through this tech plan, and take this from 45 to 65, and then in 29 we're going to make the rest of that jump. Like, I'm not saying that we're going to do that. I'm just saying that that's how I want us looking and using this, because remember, every iteration of the tech plan, we should be able to see where we've grown, and it should be a smooth transition into that, whatever it is. And we're practicing doing that with clients, with our own stuff, and the way we do numbers, everything. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know that.
I don't even know what the numbers are
We
yet.
have to be cognizant of the price increase. You can't take someone from $500 to $2,500 overnight, but
Correct. I've been organically growing the business since 2015. If I can't speak for the last 2 years. Things have been kind of going to shit, but I know there's also been a lot of friction here, and I don't know what all you're not collaborating, so I don't know where things really fall. And I lost visuals into certain aspects of the business, especially when we lost the PSA. So I have no idea where you guys are now, but I can show you that with my efforts, and as we actually collaborated, I was involved even on the billing side, I can show you straight growth. It may not have been perfect, it may not have felt like we were growing the whole time, but straight fucking growth. Even now, with me, Icora did a straight growth until it shut down in October of this year. Navicore is going to start stronger than Icora did and it's got a different model, and yeah, it's going to do better. So for me, I got to make sure Navicore stays on that trajectory, and I'm going to fight like hell. So whoever you're wanting to work together on, and this is what I'm going to tell Kevin. Kevin, same thing goes for him. Like, let's look at the worksheet together. And I think that meeting, when you look at the worksheet and we look at the pricing, because I think Kevin needs to be sitting there with us to help us. He may have arguments that we're not aware of to help get us into the right space, and vice versa. We may see things that he's not cognizant of. So the end game here is to set standard pricing for these 3 years. That's what I'm trying to get us to do, to commit to whatever number. And then we'll make it work with the client. Now, the client may not be able to jump to whatever the new thing is, but we give them a roadmap to get there.
Nope. All right. I gotta get going.
Yeah, if he's... Yeah, he sent that today. So yeah, we will... What's the plan with the migration again? I'm sorry to go back to that real quick, but...
I'm waiting for Mary to get back to me on when everybody's gonna be available.
When are you going to have... What's the holdup on getting ownership of the tenant, because we got to start paying for it?
No. It just...
Is there a savings when we do this?
It just makes an extra step.
So you don't want us to do the defederation. To me, it's easing a step. Instead of calling them up and waiting on the phone and then seeing if it actually defederates and being down for 2 days potentially because someone may not have done something right on their end and we have no visibility into it. Give us the ability to do that ourselves. That's replacing a step. Instead of calling them and waiting, it's moving it over to where we can do it ourselves. That's how I see it and frame it.
Yeah. No, I was just contemplating whether I want to do one at a time or if I want to do them both at the same time.
Oh, you're talking about... I think you can have GoDaddy do both. Remember, what's going to happen is that you got to start paying for that, and then it's how long it takes for us to move everything over is how long those accounts will be alive. You said there's 7 days before you have to add a credit card to it once you move it?
Yeah.
Well, fuck, Jay. There will be no payment to them. We'll take ownership of it. We'll be off of it within 7 days, and it can go poof. No?
Yeah, I mean, we still have to work out the tenant-to-tenant migration.
You should be able to call today. Well, if we know when we're doing the migration, that is. Once we know the migration date, we should call a day or two ahead of time and get the tenants released to us, so that way we can then defederate them and have the domains added to the new tenant that we've already set up and started doing sessions with. So getting everybody together. You said there's 17 of them?
Well, how many devices? I don't know how many devices there are. They all have phones. Some have tablets.
Well, Mary and Ben both have two computers, right?
Laptops.
Correct. Ben and Mary both have two computers, right?
Yeah.
Now, again, as we're working towards modernizing them and getting them updated. Now, I'm not trying to say that they have to carry a laptop around all day long, but it would be recommended that they have one device. But
then you're saying that we're going to have to format their computers anyway.
Eventually, we should get everybody wiped and added to the way it's going to be done is that these computers will all be encrypted, Windows 11 Pro connected to a new tenant, and we're going to use Defender for endpoint, Defender for 365, Intune license. Well, no, they have E3, so they get Intune is included with E3. It's beautiful. So we can manage their browsers and like set up their homepage, and that way every time we deploy a computer to them, all we got to do is have them sign into it, and all their apps, like we're even going to add the apps to the app store, so that way when somebody gets a new computer, QuickBooks Desktop's one of the installers that we have uploaded into Intune, so that way when they sign in, they know they get these apps. Boom, the computer's done. That's all you got to do is sign into it. Microsoft takes care of the rest. That's where we're headed, and I'd hate for us to get to a point where we're able to do all that, and then you're like, oh, that looks cool, now let's do it. You're going to be a few years before you get here, because you can't just have your clients overnight flip the switch. You have to, because you might get it now, but the clients have to get it. They're the ones that live in this plan. They're the ones that work from this plan. You got to bring them along. That's why it's good to do it now, because we'll all get there together. Evolve with us. Don't wait for us to evolve and they'll go, oh, okay. Don't be a laggard. All right, go do your thing. We'll talk more. I'll beat you up more tomorrow.
All right.
Have a good day.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, boss?
Hey, it's going all right, man. How's it going with you?
I'm getting through it. I just gotta get through this month, and everything's gonna be great.
All right.
I wanted to touch base with you. How did the event go last week?
Which event?
Or was that the week before last? The ASMP thing.
Oh, the Plants and Pixels in my studio. It went good. We only had like 20 people or so, so not as usual a big crowd, but yeah, it went fine. Not a lot of people shared work, so it was kind of quick, but it was all good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to make it. I was really hoping to make it. I just, right now with the household being in the disarray it's in, and having my son full time, it's just really hard, especially later in the evenings.
Yeah.
But
that's okay. We're gonna change things up. We've got one more this year that's a bonfire way up in Lebanon. And then next year, we're going to change it up. We're going to start doing these closer to right after work. So you can just stop on your way home, and we're going to shorten them up so they don't run as long, so they're a little quicker. So it's going to be kind of a whole new program.
Yeah, I'm excited to get more involved. I also saw the email come out for the riverboat thing.
Yes.
What does it take to be an ASMP member to where I can do things like that?
You can do it and not be a member because we just need lots of people. So you don't have to join, but the cheapest way to join when people are interested in kind of supporting it, but they don't want to go all in and spend $335 a year, is there's a membership level you can join at that's $100 a year. And that gets you pretty much all the same benefits. So if you wanted to join and be a part at $100 a year, you would definitely get first dibs on stuff like that. We were going to offer it to members first and then open it up to non-members, but because the organization wasn't able to get their stuff together quick enough, we ended up just offering it to everyone at once. So
beautiful.
You don't have to join to participate in that, and it's really cool, man, because we get all access passes and we get to go everywhere. Anytime there's a boat going out, we can go out on the boat as long as they're not at capacity. And she said they probably won't be at capacity. So, we can take cruises and, just get shots, and there'll be different things. Hal's going to coordinate this. So he'll probably give you like, hey, I need you to cover the Newport stage, from 4 to 8. And we just need, human interest. We're just looking for stuff that's going to help them sell it, help them archive it, help them have a record of, what happened and how things went.
Absolutely.
And, like I said, stuff they can use to promote it next time. So if it's not crowded, we do what we do. Use a long lens. We make it look crowded. We sell it, and we'll do that. We'll do that with our eyes closed.
Hey, we've done music videos, make it look like there was 100 people there when there was only 10. We can make it work.
That's right. So if you want to sign up on that sheet, go to that link. You can sign up, and then Hal's going to reach out to you. There's a meeting next Monday night down at the offices downtown, and we're going to kick it off. And that's where you can ask questions like, hey, can I fly a drone? Hey, what if I want to get on top of the road loom? Hey, what if I want to, go behind the police barricade? How do I do this? Or, whatever. And we can kind of start working through any of those logistical challenges and say, well, we can't do that, or let me get in touch with somebody and see what I can do. And, we'll talk about where to pick up your badges and where to check in and, go through some logistics, but it won't be very long. Just be a quick meeting downtown, and we'll also have it via Zoom if you can't make the meeting in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that building you go in with that car's coming out? I'm going to come out through here.
All right, cool. I'll pull in. I'm taking my wife and dropping her off somewhere while we're talking.
Well, why don't you focus on the road? I just want to touch base with you, and I look forward to engaging with this. So this is awesome.
Yeah. So sign up, and like I said, don't worry about joining this time. I'd love to have you as a member. That really helps us to have people join. So if down the road that becomes something you want to do, I'd love to have you, and we can talk about that. But don't make it a priority for this. Just sign up. We're happy to have you shooting with us, and we're gonna have a great time. There's like a cruise right before. On Tuesday, before the event opens to the public. It's just for sponsors, and because ASMP now is an official sponsor, we get to go out on this cruise, Champagne, and she's like, you can shoot if you want, or you can just come out and party. So, you got that Tuesday afternoon, just a cruise for sponsors, just hobnob with the mayor and shit.
Yeah.
And, it'll be awesome.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it. This will be the third event that if the mayor's going to be there, this will be the third event where I've gotten to photograph him or see him while I'm working. So this is cool.
Yeah, great, man. I'm so glad you saw it. I should have reached out personally and told you about it.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk soon, my friend. You and your wife have a safe trip.
I just dropped her off. I'm heading back home. But
right.
yes, thanks, man. Talk to you
Absolutely.
soon.
Be safe. Thanks.
Bye.
Terry's a good dude. what that does. What the fuck?
Don't care. I will make fun of it and I will move on. But it's just the kind of thing where it's like, it's the same with Labubu, right? I have not made any public comments revealing my stance on Labubus, and the reason for that is I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like a collectible plushie or something. It's like a Beanie Baby or something. I don't know. And again, I don't care. It was another example of like there's something going on in the world of pop culture. And as somebody who like kind of needs to stay tapped into pop culture because of what I do, I'm choosing to selectively just not give a shit about this thing. And I'm genuinely shocked at the staying power so far. I've ignored a lot of things in the past, and a lot of things go away pretty quickly. Labubu has not gone away yet. I'm waiting for it to go away. I'm continuing to ignore, but it hasn't left yet. And I'm getting a little worried. Also, I deleted Twitter finally. That is an excellent step in becoming a new form of higher intelligence and being, made purely of muscle, pure sex appeal, and specifically whatever. Hello.
I am not that. No. Anyway, Christian was raptured, which is why he's not here right now. Okay? Hassan texted me at 7:30 in the morning. He did not get raptured. Okay? Unfortunately, both of us are still here. As far as I'm aware, we will continue to do the Fear and podcast because none of us got raptured. So, for those of you who depend on the Fear and podcast for your content, none of us were raptured. Okay? Letting you know. Cutie wasn't raptured either. Nope, she was not raptured. So, anyway, good morning, y'all. I'd like to apologize because last weekend I was like, I'm going to go live this week, right? And I thought I typed in the title, Be Live next week, but I typed in the title, Be Live Monday, and I realized I didn't go live Monday. Indy Aaron, welcome aboard. Thank you for subbing. Welcome back to the showers. I didn't go live Monday. And today is Thursday. Okay? It has taken me 4 days to go live. All right? And I do apologize for that. I do apologize for that. Ratch Rose 333, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. It's Wednesday? What? I'll be fucking damned. I'll be fucking damned. It's fucking Wednesday. I'll be fucking damned. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I thought it was Wednesday. I mean, Thursday.
So apparently,
I'll be fucking damn.
I guess there was some viral thing going on about. See, I'm so out of the loop. I don't pay attention to this bullshit.
I fucking forgot the day. I'm
to this bullshit. Yeah. I have nobody watching me. Maybe that's why. That was my day. Yes. Yeah. There's no reason to get all bent out of shape, everybody. Looking ahead, baby. Looking ahead. Yeah.
Hi, this is Scott. I'm unable to take your call right now. Please leave a message and
What am I listening to? Hey, boss.
Hey. So, why did things go wrong?
There was a problem with the order. It didn't go through. I had to push it through again. I don't know if it was both items, but one of them it said there was an inventory issue. It let me process it again. It says they should be here Monday.
Alright, the weird thing about it, after I talked to you yesterday, I was sitting at my desk, it was after 5:30, and I look out there and there's an Amazon truck, and he's trying to get in. Well, nobody's here other than me and Sam had just asked me about that, and that's why I called. And I see him pull up, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to go let this dude in, because the outside door's locked. So I go down, he pulls out two boxes that are about the size of a monitor box. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. And so I look, and it's for Melissa, but as soon as he handed it to me, I knew it wasn't a monitor, but it was weird. The timing was like within 5 minutes of me talking to you that this truck showed up, and I thought, well, I'm going to call you back and tell you they're here.
Well, I am working on the, I'm going to take some of the items you have in your collection list here. I see you've added pictures. I was going to take a few.
I did add pictures, but what I've got open on my screen now is that I don't know if they were, I thought my original list in the Excel, I thought I had brought everything over, but when I was adding the pictures, I'm like, where are all these descriptions? I mean, I've got them in the Excel. I apparently I never loaded them, or I load them and didn't. I don't know. They're not there. So there's probably another 15 things that the script is already written. I just need to copy and paste it over and drag the picture over.
But they're not in the list yet. So right now we have a total. We have 36 total right now. You're saying it's another on top of that.
Yeah, and those are all office things. Those aren't gardens things.
If I group by, right now we only have 2. We have the gardens in the office.
Yeah, and you created something called lobby, but that's 2 items or 3 items, and
We're just going to leave those under office. I'll get rid of lobby.
yeah, no, that's fine.
So we're going to have 2 columns, and it's going to be a list on the main page of the collection. And you'll just see a list on the left from under office, and you'll see a list under the right that says gardens. And it's pretty much even right now. We have 17 items in the gardens and 17 items from the office. Are you saying everything you're adding is from the office?
Everything that I've already written, I've had this written for 2 years. I did it during COVID. And when there was nothing going on, so I was like, Jerry and I were the only ones at the office. I just started typing it all out. And then when you created the list for me, I thought I had already brought it all over, but I guess I stopped when I was having an issue with pictures, and I don't remember that, but apparently that's what I did. But I still have my original list. I just have to copy and paste it over.
But the question.
There's still items that I have not typed out the words for the garden. I've got the pictures. I just never put the verbiage in yet because that has to be written.
Yeah, the only thing I was just looking at the. Am I gonna have 2 columns, or is it better to have like the office on top and the gardens underneath? Like I'm just wondering how to the main page when you first get to it. If we keep it even, it'll be 2 columns.
I thought your main page was so when you go to that main page, I thought it looked really kind of cool where you just had the collection and then it had 2 things, and I just assumed that you would click on one of them and that would open the list.
Well, I was going to have under office. I was going to have the items, like just a blue link to each item where you can just click on when it goes to it. Or if you click on office, I guess it could load all the... We have to have an individual page for each item, right? Because if you're going to have a barcode on it and you go up and scan that barcode, we don't want it to go to the collection site. We want it to go straight to that item.
That is correct.
So when you first go to the page, you're going to see... Yeah, I just need... my question is do you think they're all office that needs to be added? Because right now it's 17 and 19. There's 17 office pieces and 19 garden pieces. Do you think that's all office? That's going to make it around 30 plus office and only 19 gardens? Or do you think it's pretty...
Well, what I would say is that the gardens... So one of the things I was challenged with in the gardens is that, take for instance the jerseys that are up on the wall.
Yep.
Up top. When we were talking about, when Melissa was telling me how she was going to do the barcodes, I'm like, I have no idea where to put a barcode for the jersey that's up on the wall.
We just put a pit. We just...
Maybe there's just one barcode for all the jerseys. And I'm like, but there's a description for every jersey.
No, I think what we do is we put like a framed little picture, below them somewhere where you can go up to it, and it has each like a little picture of each one where with a barcode underneath it where you can scan that, and it takes you to it because nobody's going to get a ladder to go up there. Like we're not going to put the barcode right next to the jersey that's up 15 feet up in the air. We're going to have them scan something in that vicinity where you can see them, where they can scan that to get the information for the jerseys up on the wall.
Okay.
That's off the top of my head. That's not even me putting real thought into it. So we'll find, we'll create something.
My answer to your question is, if I'm adding that many more, I would say that number's probably going to be pretty balanced.
That's good. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. There'll be equal number of those.
Even if not, we'll let's say there's 27 on one and 23 on the other. I would say, well, then let's pick the top 15 of both and list those on the main page. But everything will have its own page. But on the main page, we'll just do the top 15 of each. And then when you click on the office, we'll have a page in between where you can just click on office and it'll load all those items on one screen. Then you can click on one and it'll take you into that individual page. So, yeah, I think we have a very clean way to manage the collection. The list, I can even make it to where the list will, if you update the list, it would update the pages. Like, that's down the road type thing, but that's the desired state down the road. I don't even think we have to get Power Apps involved for that. I think we can get Nick to do that. Like, again, nothing.
So right now, if you did this and I added everything today, those things I add won't show up.
I'll have to build a page for each one, correct?
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and start building a few pages now. That's what I was going to do. I was going to see if you like the way the page looks, and then we can even get a few test barcodes up.
I'm walking into a meeting right now, but I'm going right back, so this is only going to be a 15-minute meeting.
All right. And I also need to talk to you. I might need some help next week. I can't have any money come Monday when we file for bankruptcy. I really don't have family or anybody to go to, my friend. I might need to ask you for a few shekels, potentially. And I'd like to talk to you about that at some point tomorrow if you have time. All right. Have a good meeting. We'll talk soon. Bye. The Dell P2425DE, is that monitor able to have one USB cord going to a Dell laptop, and then from that USB cord goes into the first monitor, the first P2425DE monitor, and then from there through digital port it is daisy chained to monitor 2, and then from that monitor it is daisy chained from 2 to 3 through digital port, and that is the home setup minus the docking station due to this monitor having it built in. Is this the best solution for this scenario?
Absolutely. You can do that with the Dell P2425DE. It's actually designed to make that kind of daisy chaining pretty straightforward. That monitor has a built-in USB-C hub and a DisplayPort out, so you can indeed run a single USB-C cable from your Dell laptop to the first monitor, and then daisy chain the second and third monitors via DisplayPort. In other words, you're basically using the first P2425DE as a mini docking station. This approach will handle both video and peripheral connectivity, and it means you don't really need a separate dock. It's a pretty neat and tidy solution. As for whether it's the best solution, it definitely simplifies cable management, reduces the need for extra hardware. Just keep in mind the laptop's USB-C power delivery capacity and the overall resolution and refresh rates you want. But for a home setup without a dedicated dock, this is a very solid and green approach.
Could I do this with the P2425D?
Yes, you can do a very similar setup with the P2425D as well. The key difference is that the P2425D typically doesn't have the USB-C hub functionality that the DE model does. That means you would rely on DisplayPort multi-stream transport, MST, for the daisy chaining, rather than a single USB-C cable handling both power and data. In other words, if you use the P2425D, you'll likely connect your laptop via DisplayPort or HDMI and then daisy chain the monitors using DisplayPort cables between them. You won't get that all-in-one single cable solution that the DE model can offer, but it's still a perfectly workable solution if you're okay with a couple of extra cables. So to sum it up, yes, you can daisy chain multiple P2425Ds together, but you won't have that built-in dock-like simplicity of the DE model. If you prefer the tidiest setup, the DE is a bit more convenient, but both can absolutely do the job.
Your call has been forwarded.
It looks like that got cut off a bit at the end, but no worries. The main takeaway is
What the fuck?
People will tell me all the time, I don't have to feel. I don't know to do I'm not going to tell it. You should really consider not doing it at all. It's not normal. It really only rushing me out of the way.
What? No. See you, Facebook. I'm kicking you off. So anybody else order the new iPhone? Oh shit. Mr. Fisher.
Joseph, are you by the computer?
What you got going on, buddy? I am.
All of a sudden, it says like my internet's not working, and this looks like this device is paused.
This device is paused.
And I think it has to do something with that Armor Active thing on Orbi.
Do you have your app on your iPad? Can you pull that up real quick?
Yep.
Have you got it already pulled up, or are you getting there?
No, it's pulled up.
Okay. What does it say?
It just says Armor Active, 26 days remaining to this the free thing.
Okay, that's fair. Yep.
Parental controls expires. There's home, a pause, and always on detect list. But like if I try to even do like Chrome on the home computer, oh, now it just came up. Hang on. It may be working now because I even actually called Spectrum too because it said everything was offline. But then when I tried the my work computer, it says that everything is paused, and it's like, and there was I don't know what happened. It was just weird. All of a sudden, everything stopped working.
Yeah, it should tell you on the app if it stopped your traffic for whatever reason. That armor stuff did. It should tell you why and that it's there. But if it's saying you can pause or whatever, the options are there. It didn't sound like it was. So I think you're good. Let me know if. Let's hope it was just a. I mean, you're on public internet at home, right? So who knows what it could have been.
Everything's working now. Like even like HubSpot froze up, Zoom info, everything. Okay, I don't know what it was.
Hey, I like these calls. Don't be bad for calling. Don't feel bad for calling. I mean, we're good.
All right, thanks, man. See ya.
We'll talk soon.
Bye.
I'm all about the sweeter things in life. Oh, no. All right. Not sure what happened with Facebook there, but it went stupid on us. Had to reignite. You say the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Oh, yeah. Little pig, let me in. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. So what is the difference between in-central RMM versus Insight RMM? I am wanting to be able to push a probe to the server and it to deploy everything on the LAN. Is Insight not capable of doing that?
Absolutely, Joseph. Let me break it down in our MTP terms for clarity. Essentially, nCentral and Insight are both remote monitoring and management tools, but they serve a bit different purposes. nCentral is more feature-rich and is designed for a fully managed environment. It allows you to deploy probes to a server, which then automates deployment across the LAN. In other words, it fits well into our managed service delivery concept and aligns with the modern workforce advantage by giving you that full control and oversight. Insight, on the other hand, is typically a bit lighter weight. It's more about insight and visibility rather than full-scale deployment capabilities. So if you need to push a probe and have it deploy everything on the LAN, nCentral is definitely the tool that's up to that task. Let's consider that your desired state is full automation and proactive control, and nCentral will get you there.
We are moving away from nCentral into Insight, but we're also going to Microsoft 365 Intune for managing. Now, is Microsoft have something where I can manage multiple tenants from a single dashboard, just like nCentral and Insight does?
Yes, absolutely. Since you're transitioning into the Microsoft 365 ecosystem with Intune, you're actually in a strong position to leverage Microsoft's own tools for multi-tenant management. Microsoft offers a solution called Microsoft 365 Lighthouse. Lighthouse is essentially a centralized console that lets you manage multiple customer tenants from one dashboard. So it aligns nicely with our MTP approach of moving from a reactive to a managed service delivery model and gives you that modern workforce advantage by centralizing your oversight. In other words, you can manage all your client tenants right from Lighthouse, keeping everything aligned with the master tech plan structure. This way you're still meeting your desired state of consolidated management without needing separate RMM tools like nCentral.
Right.
In a rapidly changing business landscape, staying ahead of the curve isn't just an advantage, it's a necessity. Microsoft 365 of tenants provides customers to reach out to the most.
Welcome to a demonstration of Microsoft 365 Lighthouse, an admin portal that helps managed service providers secure and manage devices, data, and users at scale for small and medium-sized businesses. From the left navigation, you can access management and insight features and see data points at the tenant, user, device, and service level. On the home page, you get a snapshot of current security risks.
Absolutely, and that lines up perfectly with what we're aiming for. Microsoft 365 Lighthouse essentially becomes your central command center, letting you manage multiple tenants in a way that's directly aligned with the Master Tech Plan's managed service delivery approach. It means you can keep everything organized and
Hey, I don't need you to talk right now. I need you to be quiet.
Got it. I'll pause here. Just let me know when you need me to jump back in.
Yeah, baby, I got that D&B number to the official
Nice.
address of your
Yep.
business. Okay, I'm not talking to you. Don't talk, please. Stop.
Understood. I'll stay quiet.
What the fuck?
All right, I'm here if you need me,
Oh
but
my
I'll stay quiet until you
God.
say otherwise.
So I need a service desk phone number. I'm going to make the 513-299-4421 our service desk number.
Absolutely, that works fine. We can go ahead and set 513-299-4421 as your service desk number. We'll just make sure it's reflected in all the relevant MTP documentation and any SharePoint or Teams workflows.
Right now, what I want to focus on is the setup of the phone number. We're using Microsoft Teams. I already have 4420 assigned to myself, and that's the main number I hand out, but that's my direct line. The business's direct phone number, I believe we're going to use 513-299-4445, which will be our primary phone number for the overall business. 4421 will be service desk. 4420 is myself. 4422 will be sales. And we have plenty of other phone numbers for other purposes. But what I want is the 4421, when that gets called, I want to be able to have that as a call tree. So for service desk, press 1. And then it can go into another set of options. Is this, out of the 8 service groups. So how do I set this up on the back end with the auto attendant and everything? And what licensing will I have to have the 4421 be able to have a auto attendant and send it to, let's say, myself? If they hit the option for sales, it goes to my direct line.
Absolutely. We can set that up in Microsoft Teams using the auto attendant and call queue features. Here's how we'll approach it in line with the MTP structure. First, on the back end in Microsoft Teams Admin Center, you'll configure the 513-299-4421 number as your auto attendant line. That will be the main entry point for the service desk call tree. Then you'll create an auto attendant in Teams and assign that number to it. Within the auto attendant, you can define options like press 1 for the service desk, and each of those options can route calls to specific call queues or individuals. For instance, if they press 2 for sales, it can route directly to your direct line at 4420. In terms of licensing, you'll want to ensure you have a Microsoft Teams phone standard license for each phone number that's going to be used for calling externally, including the auto attendant. Also, you'll likely need a Microsoft 365 Business Voice or Teams Phone with Calling Plan license to handle the auto attendant and call queue features. We'll just confirm that you have the right licenses in place and then set up those call routing rules. Let's keep it aligned to your MTP structure, and we'll have that call train working smoothly.
So I have to have a phone number license for the 4421.
Yes, that's correct. You'll need to have a Teams phone license assigned to the 4421 number so that it can serve as your auto attendant line. Essentially, any phone number that's going to be used to route external calls through Teams will need that phone license. This is pretty standard in the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. Once we have that in place, we can set up all the call tree options and make sure that when someone presses a certain number, it goes exactly where you want it to go.
Can I use Lighthouse now?
Absolutely. You can start using Microsoft 365 Lighthouse right away, since you're already moving your clients into the Microsoft 365 ecosystem.
But I thought you had to be a partner to do that.
That's a good point. Yes, to use Microsoft 365 Lighthouse, you do need to be part of the Microsoft Cloud Solution Provider Program, or CSP program. So as long as you're enrolled as a Microsoft partner and you have the appropriate partner relationship with your clients, you can leverage Lighthouse to manage those multiple tenants. In short, if you're already a CSP partner or planning to become one, then you can indeed start using Lighthouse right away. It's just about making sure that partner status is in place.
Let's talk about the long game here for a second, because here's what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to use Dataverse to help manage all the matters and objectives that are in the list of the team sites we build in those client environments. And I'm wanting those to all be able to talk to our Dataverse that Navicore owns, the overall database where all objectives and all matters come into ours for management with our account managers, technicians, and engineers. And the client just lives in those team sites doing their work, updating the lists. We do the stuff on the back end. Is that possible?
Absolutely. That's a very strategic approach, and it aligns well with what we're doing through the Master Tech Plan. Using Dataverse as the central hub is definitely possible. You can have all those client-specific matters and objectives in their individual team sites, and then use Power Automate to sync or push that data back into Navicore's central Dataverse environment. That way, the clients continue to work in their familiar Teams interface, updating lists as usual, while you and your team handle the back-end management, reporting, and oversight from the unified Dataverse. In other words, it's a great way to achieve that modern workforce advantage by keeping things streamlined and allowing your internal team to have a full top-level view without disrupting the client's day-to-day operations. It's entirely doable with the Microsoft 365 and Power Platform stack, and we can structure it exactly to fit your MTP framework.
So if I want to be a CSP and use Lighthouse, I can still do the Dataverse thing. Are partners allowed to work with their client tenants?
Yes, absolutely. As a CSP partner, you're fully allowed and actually encouraged to work closely within your client's tenants. Using Lighthouse just gives you that centralized oversight. And the database integration is still absolutely on the table. You can set up those connections so that client data from their team sites flows into your
Oh my god, I'm missing my goddamn call. Where in the fuck is my Teams? Teams, there you are. Get out of here. That's why I'm missing it, because I'm not in fucking... Oh my god. God damn it.
Hey, Joseph.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing alright.
Hey, I didn't know if I wasn't even on the right company, and I didn't get a notification. The meeting was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. Are you at the office? Was you planning on joining today?
No. Have you talked to Wilhelm lately?
Well, he sent me a message saying he was sorry for missing last week, so he'd definitely be on today. And now I feel bad because I'm 15 minutes late. So I don't have his number, I don't think.
Okay.
If you want to text it to me, are you out for a while?
Yeah, I'm gonna be out for a while, man.
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just trying to get better. I had my surgery the other day.
Yeah, that's right. You had to go in for that surgery. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, recover soon, man. Look forward to seeing you back in the office.
Okay, I'll see if I can forward it to you.
I appreciate it, man. Talk soon.
Thanks.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Dude's fighting for his fucking life right now, and I'm bitching about wifey and shit. Like, I'm just glad wifey's at work right now, doing her thing. You know, do it. You know, enjoy life. You know, I'm tired of being blamed for everything. I'm just focused on Jonah and I right now, and that's it. And this business and Jonah. Gotta get. So, I gotta find something this weekend to do with Jonah. That's another thing. There we go.
Kevin Wilhelm.
Can't
So starting with 10 small businesses, does it make sense to work in Intune and Lighthouse and to be a CSP?
Yes, absolutely. 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 Absolutely.
Are you okay? You seem like you're fucking broke.
I'm here. I'm here, and
Yeah, you are. With E3 licensing using Intune, can I manage the devices from the admin center and push applications and get rid of having a RMM altogether and excluding Lighthouse? If I had quick access to each tenant dashboard, could I just create a way for my account managers to just go straight to a tenant's admin console, to the Intune, create a shortcut to that, where we have access to their tenant as a guest, as an admin, and we can go in and make modifications and changes there, or remote into someone's computer and support them there? Do we really need an RMM for as small as we are?
in your scenario, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Makes sense. With E3 licensing and Intune, you can definitely manage devices, push applications. Exactly.
Is she hearing her own voice or something? These updates are fucking shit up. Oh, there he is. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, what's going on? Alright.
I'm sitting here trying to get my AI to work. How we doing today?
Surviving.
Yeah, you look stressed, buddy.
It's not so much stress. It's a lot for one person.
I could imagine. You ain't got time. Like, your plate's so full, you can't even see what's on the plate. Like that type of feeling.
Like, I usually try to look at my schedule a day in advance, and now it's just like go in the moment. That's what I'm trying to get done. What I can get done, and go from there.
Well, what's on fire? Anything going that you need to get done? Any project or anything that's like, oh my God, that I could potentially help with or create some way to manage it that's going to be quick and easy?
I mean, right now it's scheduling stuff for. I mean, the fall season's coming to the wire here, so we got other schools reaching out as far as games for next year, and just trying to, it's coaching and ADing is trying to do both. That's where I'm at. So I feel like I'm at a point where, because I don't like going, if I see something, I want to get it done right away, and I know I got to break that habit. And sometimes, because when I see it, I just want to shoot an email, get it done and over with. That way I don't have to forget about it.
Well, if it can be done in 2 to 5 minutes, I always say just don't put it off, get it done. But if it's something that you need to put your time and your energy into, you got to capture that somehow. And that's what the admin pipeline idea is about. So we got to easily, like, it's got to be as easy as whipping out your phone saying, hey, remember to do this later. Like, it's got to be, and getting in the habit of doing that. That's the real pool, is getting disciplined where you're making yourself get into it where before you know it, you're doing it and you don't even realize you're doing it. Then you know you're good. You're like, okay, improvement. We evolved a little bit. Next habit to take on.
I mean, our bowling coach just resigned last night, so that's what I've been doing all day. Like a month before the season, he ended up resigning. So
right before the season.
Yeah, I don't have a schedule set up. He didn't have anything done. So I had to jump on that so I can try to get somebody, So yeah, that's been my morning.
Well, that's a matter, and you have to deal with matters, right? Because
right.
Like if he was coming up for retirement, we knew about it, months in advance. This would be an objective. But this is dumped on you. You can't control it, but you got to deal with it. So this is what This is definitely what I would consider being a matter, and this is a big matter. This is a fire. Yeah. This is something I'd be like, oh shit. So we don't have the luxury of having a pool of bowling coaches that we can just grab one right away and put them in place and say, hey, take this off. We have to fill that gap, right? So what all you said, they don't even have the schedule and the season's about to start, and I've never been on a bowling league. I've been on all kinds of leagues, wrestling, football, baseball, never in bowling. So how many bowling teams are there around here?
So there's actually quite a few, but in the bowling world, these guys usually bowl in a Thursday night league, Saturday morning league, and, they talk about their teams and they schedule games together. The last time I spoke to him, because it was after Lee left, he still hadn't had a schedule. So I said, I need a schedule. And, he's like, well, I'm waiting on you guys to get us in a league. And I'm like, there is no league. We have no league. Like, if we told you this, and he's one that never come around. Like, me and Lee has talked about him several times. Like, the evaluations need to be on point because he needs. It's probably for the best anyway.
That he's leaving, yeah, absolutely. If that's what you were dealing with.
Yes, but yeah, it's just them talking to each other. It's not something where you can just post to other ads and because some teams might have our bowling program's not bad. It's not bad at all. So for whatever reason, it's not something where ads are looking at bowling schedules. It's just something that we have to offer in the high school, and they talk, communicate, and get meetings, and they give us the schedule, and we pay for the bowling alley, and we show up a couple times, and we're good to go. Yeah. So I'm working with our two. We did have two people that worked with him as volunteers. I think my best option is, come to the conclusion, try to get them as an interim status. At least to get us through the year, and then I'll open it back up after the season. So it's kind of where I'm at with that.
Well, so you don't need help getting it scheduled. Like, you can get all that. That's going to be straightforward, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just a pain because you got to take the time to do it.
Right. It's taking things out of the other stuff, and it's something like thinking about our website and stuff like that. I think it's not anything where we can really help with that aspect on there.
No, but we want to track our efforts, right? So what I would want to do is I'd want to go to our ops, and just it's something that we're dealing with. So again, that's what, if we were looking at the coaches and stuff like that, I don't know who all has to have access to this pipeline. This is really for the admin team. That's why it's called the admin pipeline. This is leadership at the top. But yeah, and tracking this. When Lee comes back, he's going to be like, hey man, how's it going? You're like, oh man, it was crazy. He's like, oh, I know, because in his head, he's thinking about his experience, how it gets crazy. You can be actually, no, look at what happened. You can show him, boom. And he's going to be like, holy shit, you dealt with all this? Being able to see it, there's a whole different thing. And plus, there's going to be days where you feel really overwhelmed because there's so much up in the air. But when you look at the list and you see that everything's where it needs to be and there's nothing you can really do right now, it's out of your control, you don't have to do that stressing thing where you're walking around like looking for something like I know I got to do something, but there's nothing for you to do. Like that feeling goes away because you confidently know what's on your plate. So if I go to basically, did we get everybody to sign the new coach handbook? Is that done? Have we verified that everybody's done that?
So I know the fall, and I told our winter coaches that is in here.
That's right, because we can't have everybody just do it at one time. Yeah, that's
right.
But the current seasons,
right, and then that's the thing too. Like our bowling coach, when he came in 3 weeks ago, and I talked to him, he ended up signing the form. So that is no good to us. But like, I think he was putting these in. He wanted to put them in here, but this guy is not technology smart at all. So I had to just print it off and.
Well, these guys all have their work email on their phones, right?
He doesn't. He uses his wife's email.
Wow.
So it was
So we don't require our students nor our coaches to use our school provided IDs.
They're supposed to.
They're supposed to.
It's been a struggle for our coaches, but it's been a struggle with him communication wise.
Well, and that's, I don't know who's there enforcing policy and procedure. And I know that's your job. Like when like it should be every leader, everybody that knows the rules, whether you're on the lowest level of the new person hired in. If you know the rules, stick to the rule. Like everybody should be a leader, but it's up to those at the very top to, I guess do something about it, which sucks. But there's a way you can go about doing it that's professional and polite and yeah. So I would say in order to do this job, if this guy couldn't even, this is going to be for the best.
Yeah, that's good. I think that standpoint, it's a work in progress there. I think it's there. The foundation's there for that. I think it's probably, I don't know if it's a need anymore. The sideline store, that itself has been tricky that I've had to deal with. There was an issue with that, according to an agreement that Lee signed. So we couldn't.
We're not allowed to do it or something. Is that the end result? Like we can't use this.
So, I guess Lee got into agreement with one of our fundraising companies, and we have to use them as far as a website, as far as the sideline store. That's still a work in progress. I had to get some paperwork in regards to that. And I know the district was in the process of meeting with that people that he made the agreement, because it's like a fundraising company, a vertical raise. I don't know if your boys ever done it through Harrison, but like Lee did an agreement where if 6 of our teams uses for a fundraiser, which is a great fundraiser, makes great money for our teams, we had to use their type of
their program, whatever
Correct.
Their program is. Yeah.
Correct. So that hasn't really taken off very well as far as that sideline store from that standpoint. So that's still, it's probably a negative on that one.
A lot of these say completed.
We did the big teams renewal. That's good. Yeah, we got all that.
So have we posted, like you just learned about this yesterday with the bowling guy, right?
Correct.
So what's the next steps? Just real quick, so I'm gonna put a little note in here.
So I reached out. So I forwarded the resignation letter to our HR person. She actually did post it about 2 hours ago, because I told her this needs to get added ASAP, and she went ahead and did that, and that is currently out there as far as people applying.
And I guess HR is going to be responsible for replacing this person. They'll give you candidates that you have to deal with. Then is that how they use? Is that? I'm not sure how it works there. I'm assuming that's how it works.
So we have like a like it's called Cincinnati Apple Track. It's called through Frontline Applicant Tracking System through the Greater Cincinnati Consortium, and I have access to it where I can go in and see what people have applied for the job. I go in, look at it, talk to, well, from my standpoint, it would be, me calling these individuals, come in for an interview, and then after we interview them, I'll recommend them to our HR lady, and then she'll get them started with the board and
paperwork and all the enrollment shit. Yeah, so so you have to let the HR know that this person's no longer here. They gotta terminate everything on their side because he's resigning. Then basically HR is just that's it. They're done. Now you have to go out, do your own prospecting, find your own candidates, interview them, and then say, hey, here's my candidates. HR, put them through your paces. And do you have an application process when you go to look for these guys? Are you going to have like a simple application they can fill out just to get before it goes to them? I don't know if I'm sure we have to get it approved by HR, but
so
to make your life easier.
Yeah, they'll post the job on their end, which they already did.
HR will?
It's out there. HR.
Okay, so they do post something. That's good.
Yes, they did do that. From this point, it's just me checking this system and seeing who applied, and obviously this is going to be this week and next week to get this person in here right away. I know we're not going to get a lot of candidates just because we can't wait around on this one. So just hopefully, I'll call them to get interviews set up, probably starting Monday or Tuesday.
Kevin's on it. This is definitely a matter, and it came out of nowhere. All right, so let's filter this. I only want to see open needs reviewed. Okay, this is better. Yep, we're working on adopting the Master Tech plan. So, any updates on the calendar, the new calendar that we have? Have you guys started using that at all?
So yeah, I'm using it every day on what we're using. So right now I'm in the transition process of adding basketball schedules, games, practices, stuff like that. Because obviously we only had the one gym here at Northwest. So I've even reached out to our middle school to see if we can kind of work out a thing there where we can pick up some practice time there, because I don't know if you knew, but last year we started girls wrestling. It's kind of really taken off here. So
awesome.
The numbers for girls wrestling is probably in the 20-25 numbers range. So we've had to do our coaches scheduled a few more girls wrestling matches here at Northwest. Which is a good thing, but it also I had to find places for a basketball team, boys and girls basketball team, to practice on those days. So that's why I have been using the calendar so much and trying to add more stuff in there.
So I know we wanted the NWHS athletics calendar to have a resource calendar and inbox to standardize putting things in. Like, are we putting all sports in this calendar? All practices? Everything goes in this calendar? Like, what are you putting in there right now? You said it was for the what sport? What practices? Girls wrestling, right?
So the Northwest one is just athletics, is just the games. The practices is the one. Hold on.
Is that the gymnasium one? Hold on, let me pull up.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing with that one.
So if we go to resources, calendars, yeah. So I want this right here to spell out how we do calendars. So gymnasium is obviously you're filling in for Lee, but he's the champion of this system.
Right.
That's the one that has because it's in the gymnasium. The wrestling is. That's the calendar you're putting it on, because there's only one gymnasium, and that's where. So what other sports are in the gymnasium again? Because if I go over here, now I can look at the gymnasium sports, and these are all the sports that we have in here. So this is what we have to work around. So we have volleyball and wrestling outside of basketball.
So yeah, we had to make accommodations for that too because of the amount of girls. We do have an individual wrestling room, but it's not very big. It's hard enough getting 15 boys in that wrestling room, so we've had to move our girls to the cafeteria.
But you guys can move all the tables and chairs out of the way, lay the mats down, and go to town.
Right. So I mean, the girls wrestling is going in the cafeteria. I got to put that in the cafeteria calendar. Because we don't have room in the actual boys wrestling. Obviously, they're not going to practice together. So that's got to go. I haven't done that yet. The wrestling. That was just confirmed within the last week or so.
I'm thinking if I... Next to gymnasium sports. So when we do the calendar for the gymnasium, we have 5 different leagues that will be on this. What all is on that calendar for gymnasium other than the girls' practice and their meets for wrestling?
Yeah. So yeah, boys and girls practice and any wrestling meets we may have. That's all that's going on in the gym bulletin.
Now, what about volleyball, girls basketball?
Volleyball's still going. Yeah.
Yep. So all 5 of these. That calendar now. Is there a naming standard for things that go on that calendar? So that way, as soon as when you look at it, just by looking at it, you can tell what's a practice and what's a meet. What's girls wrestling versus boys wrestling versus basketball for boys, basketball for girls versus volleyball. Like, I'm just curious how
separation.
It just gets put in there, and so I think one of the things that Lee and I were working on is that we want to create a way, and maybe not for any of these gymnasium sports, but let's say for the stadium sports like football. What time does the boys need to be picked up or be on the bus, and when is that time confirmed? I guess there's a lot of times we're waiting for a confirmation of the time. The confirmation time for the bus, so that way we can put it on the calendar and everybody's asking questions. So if we can, I told him, I was like, why not have a naming standard for the game that night, and in the details we'll say, here's where everything is, and in the details there'll be a section that says confirmed or not confirmed, and that way if somebody wants to know, they just gotta go look at the thing, and once somebody learns that, we confirmed the time, they update the calendar. Now everybody knows, because everybody can go to the calendar and see, it's been confirmed, and maybe even push out a notification to everybody saying, hey, this has been confirmed. Getting down to that point, that's what communication, that's what using this technology and using ways to notify somebody or communicate some mass people that are not together. That's what we're trying to do. But that might be overkill when we have other things to work on. We have better things to work on. I just want to make sure the standard for this gymnasium calendar is basically saying that, where's the calendars at again? We don't have the standards written underneath here yet, so that's what I was getting at. Let me go to that page.
Good point. And it's usually just been based off times, and it's blocked off during that time, so it's never been really coordinated as far as in there like that. So.
So I'm kind of lying a little bit here. I know we don't have a standardized way quite yet written out anyway. What I want to do is add a new one that's tied to the calendar standards, wherever you are. So this item, like, we want to get all the calendars standardized. This is specific towards this calendar. So I'm going to say who all has it? Does students have access to that calendar?
No.
So this is an internal calendar only. And
Correct.
when we do put stuff in there, does that let the coaches know when their schedule? Like, are they providing you the schedule that you put in there so everybody knows? And really, this is
cooperative.
Okay, and really the main point of this is to make sure there's no overlap. Like, let the other coaches know. I'm sure there's sometime you get some conflict. Like, they're too noisy. We can't practice. I'm trying to talk to my team, and these guys are over here yelling and so you got to deal so. Yeah, that's what the main point of this calendar is. Now, in big teams, do we put practices and games in there as well?
No, that's just games.
That's just games. How does students get? Is it a coach providing the athletes with their schedules, or that's
Yes, they were usually they'll make a calendar printed off of what their practice and game schedule will be at. Obviously, they're team-wise, they're using those team snap things, those group text type
parent
things.
squares, whatever it is.
Yeah, stuff like that. So,
but that's on the
why
coaches to minister that communication at that level. Really?
So he gives them that up. That, like, I know he's big on letting the coaches do their thing, as long as it's within the guidelines of appropriate. Like, he allows them to work, send messages, print off calendars, stuff like that. He just lets us know when they're going to be in there, stuff like that. So,
yeah. Well,
there's no actual site that we're all connected with, because
you don't have to do that either. You don't have to have it that sterile. It doesn't have to be that like boring, or like you go into a doctor's office, everything's just so blah. Like it doesn't need to, like, a little chaos is fun. There is no easy do it all for everybody app, or we'd be using it already. So I guess what I'm trying to do is just cut noise and get the thing done is with the shortest path possible. Without, big part of what we need to do is capture what we're doing too. It'd be nice if we had some crazy thing guide us and remember everything that we do, so that way, like, that's what AI is going to be, is some kind of assistant to us to help us do better. But we have to do it ourselves right now. We can't rely on that. Yeah, man.
I ask you to talk about doing it yourself. So I know back in the summer we were in the process of hiring an extra person that was with Lee over by his office. We've had that lady, which she's been a very good help to me. I was going to send her this link because she's also, I set her up in big teams. So she's been helping me out as far as scheduling and stuff like that, because she has Lee's, Google Sheet as well. So I was going to give her this site that's to allow her to help add anything for our coaches in here that she thinks that may help. I know she's pretty savvy as far as navigating through stuff like this.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Okay.
If you want to bring her in on a session with us, that way we can just kind of introduce her to it and like show her the direction we're going. And my goal isn't to be here and be your guys's communication platforms. Like I'm not here to build this out for you guys, and like my goal is to help empower you guys to be able to do this stuff on your own to some degree, to teach you guys how to use this tool to get there. Now, I do want to update this, so having regular meetings focused on this site's important because we don't want to leave it stagnant or information on there that's not relevant. Right now, this is done. We need to delete this. Delete the whole damn section. Boom. We can delete it.
And I'll be honest, I've been doing the calendars, which is something that is a priority, but I need to bring my focus into this more and emails that I'm receiving, just because I need to live in this section, and I do need to have a coaches meeting before the winter, so I am going to throw this out again to our winter coaches. I just don't know. I got to make a date for that. So,
how long is Lee out for? How long is he supposed to be out for?
So all I know, I've been trying to stay away. I've been trying to do it on my own. I've asked principal, but I know he had the feeding tube for 30 days. So that would take him to October 2nd. Other than that, I don't know. I know before he left, he said at the latest the new year. Obviously, he'll probably say October 3rd, but I know his wife and doctors are probably not going to say that.
He's going to be out for a little bit yet. Let's just say he's going to be out through October, and just let's accept that.
Yes,
and give him space. So
that's why I haven't reached out. And people have asked me, "Have you heard from him? Have you talked to him?" I'm like, no, I don't want to bother him. Like I just let him be. If he's got anything for me, he can reach out. But other than that, I'll deal with myself, and so he can get better. That's kind of what I feel like.
Let him heal. That's right.
Maybe wrong, but I just, to me, I wouldn't want to be bothered with a word if I'm trying to beat something like that. So.
Well, I think if we can bring her in on the next session, if that's something you want to do, it can be whenever you're ready, actually. But ideally, how are we tracking the people signing the new handbook?
To be honest, it has not been tracked since Lee was here.
Okay.
So I don't know where we're at in that process, but I do know. I know that was presented in a coaches meeting at the beginning of the year, so I cannot remember back if he had and there was an all coaches meeting, but I don't know. Oh, there is a list. So that is the handbook right there.
This says coaches checklist. I don't know what this means. I don't know if any of these stand for.
So obviously we're C and I is complete, incomplete, but so it looks like school transportation request. So it looks like he's basing this off for their evaluations if they've done this stuff or not. Because it looks like the trans is probably transportation. That means they probably gave the transportation request to our new secretary. Staff certifications, that's probably coaching certifications if they completed everything. Eligibility, that would be obviously our kids. Pay to play. Did we get all of our pay to play for each sport? Did they give him a roster? The D plan, I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, and I don't think he made this. I think this is something he must have copied. I'm going to go to... Right now I'm just looking in our SOP and P. And we do need to track this. So under developments where we're doing things that we should be tracking. And here's the calendar standards for that one. And I do want to add while I'm in here real quick. Just a quick little... Yeah, that way I don't forget that we have that in the SOP and P. Stadium rentals, stat management for all sports, big teams config. Yeah, I don't see anything in there for
Tracking the handbook or whatever.
Yeah, well, try to create this new playbook. We have this workforce management.
Bowling.
So this Terrence Johnson is the person that left?
Yep.
Okay. Now, this is in our staff folders. So we have, yeah. Where was I just at now? Staff folder template. This shouldn't be in here. What are you doing, Lee? Move it. So yeah, we want a personal info folder for each person, a correspondence folder for each. Like this is stuff that we track for coaches, right, or employees. Observations and reviews. So really, what we were doing was like, how do we manage the workforce? We should have a master spreadsheet with the workforce, which I believe is what this is. But I think this should probably live in the root folder here. We have this one that I thought we created. Yeah, this is supposed to be the updated one. That way, like this person is no longer here, or Terrence, or whatever his name was, like he's no longer here. So we should mark him, like there should be a column for active, inactive. We want to still, like when we mark him inactive, we don't want to delete all of his information. We want to know that we worked with this guy. We want to know our past. So we're going to track everything. But yeah, like, and I know everything's being done very manual right now. The beautiful thing is if we can create, what I'm trying to do is give us a new, fresh folder structure like this right here, that everything's here for you and all your coaches, everything you need. Whether it's like the SOP&P not the SOP, the admin pipeline where we're tracking things. If you come here to objectives versus matters, this is on that site. This is the document. The site just makes it visually easy for all the workforce to get to and see and remember how to do this thing. The playbook, the folder structure, it's going to get messy and crazy and all kinds of stuff in there, but it needs to be the true north, only one of each. So when we do upgrade something or update something, we take the old one and put it in a legacy folder, and now we have the new thing, because we want to remember what we did. And that's why we have, under the playbook, under SOP&P, all of our policies and procedures, like the handbook, that should be in here somewhere. Under completed, where is the administrative? So there should be a employee handbook under here somehow or somewhere. When we do maintenance on the floor in the gymnasium, how often does it have to get waxed and buffered and this and that? Who's in charge of that? That's the maintenance department, right? Do you guys have to deal with any of that, or is that a facility?
Yeah, we don't do it. We just we we tell them we need it done. But that's usually something
that
like
falls
the
under
field
facilities.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll do all that stuff. They wax and all the other stuff.
Yeah. Really, there shouldn't, these folders, I was just putting stuff in here for example. I shouldn't have these in here. But yeah, having the employee, anything that's completed, put it in here. And what you're going to do once you get like a bunch of files in here, you're going to start seeing that's going to start getting muddy. That's when you create folders to start, like, what kind of stuff do we have in here? Let's start creating the folders. So I really don't want to go too deep into layers, but having these three, like anything we're working on should be in here. And the more stuff that's in here, that means we're doing too much. Let's finish some of the things that are in here and get them moved to completed so we're done with them. Now, if we take something from development, move it to completed, but completed already had something in there, well, that thing is no longer the new updated version of whatever we're doing. It needs to go into the legacy folder. It's in the past. It's old. And anything that you have as far as old policies and stuff now, if we have that documentation, it should already be in this folder. And Lee and I haven't really got that far in our, we're still just trying to take care of things that are happening now and get things moved over, and build out from the root up. So yeah, next week, if you bring her on, let's get her familiar with the site. I think we did updates to it to get at least that September 1st due date's not here anymore. And I do want to remove this guy, just because ICORA is going away. We can put that right there. We go. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's do this. There, that'll work. So there, that's what the site looks like right now. They can still go look at the handbook. Do I have those refresh? Yeah, so they can come over here, click this. It'll open up the handbook in another folder. You have to have access. That's what I like about this. It's all secure too. Unless we should have already added all the coaches to this site so they can see it. And then they can click on this, and if they have rights to the handbook, they can see it. And then they can come here and click this, and it takes them to where copy signature page of coach's athletic handbook. So that's what the link does that he gave me. So I can click this. It's going to give me a copy. I have to sign this and then turn it in. We could have done that so much easier. We should have done a form. It's okay. I mean, this is probably how he does this. I got to meet him where he is. This is how he does things. Like, that's good to know. I thought they supplied it, and this is coming from district. This isn't something Lee did. Lee's just putting it in place. So district is at this level. I think we'd probably make a lot more leadway if we were working with somebody at the district.
They never set up a meeting, did they?
I haven't met with anybody. I haven't met with the principal or anybody yet. And I know with Lee being out, I mean, if you want to, I'm not pushy because I know that eventually, like I do, getting with them would help you quicker than us doing these hour things, because they will see what we're trying to do here and we'd get more resources. Or at least I could start working with somebody there to give us better resources down at this level. You're not the only first one. I've worked with a few companies now where I come in, not at the very top, but I come in somewhere here, but we start making enough noise to where, and we do enough of a dent where we can go show somebody at the top and like, oh, I really like this. Let's move with it. So, and I think if we can get her involved with this and set up a meeting with them, and we can point out, like, I would use this as an example. Like, this is probably something that they've done with every iteration for years now, where we just need to sign something. Well, we can create a Google form that, as long as everybody they have to use their login and they have their own password, and we're not sharing passwords. We're not Wild West and treating it like it's 1995 with passwords and stuff. Like, everybody truly has their own identity now, because that's the world we live in. It's recognized by law even. So if they log in with their email address from the school, the nwlsd.org, whatever the thing is, they fill out a form that you have in your Google Workspace, which is an official business asset. It certifies that that person is the one that did this thing. That counts as them acknowledging, and no more of this print this out, kill a tree and sign this thing, turn it in. We can use Google Forms and stuff to get acknowledgments of people that will hold up, is what I'm saying. Anyway.
So this is still not like what you're saying. This is still a piece of paper thing that he had. There's no place where it's going to know who has sent this in or not, or signed this.
I don't know if when he gets that paper back, if he puts it in a folder that they have,
I'm assuming that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and the only issue with that is that we have to physically be there to get the information, which is, I guess, it's not an issue if you're at the school, but it does hurt. It's just so much easier when you can have it all here, and then it's data, and you can manipulate it so much better here than you can on a piece of paper. Anyway, I apologize for being late.
Yeah, I'm gonna get dismissal. So, but yeah, sorry about last week. I think, anytime I'm not here, please text or call. Believe me, I'm not trying to ditch you in any way.
No, listen. I know you're busy. I know what you're dealing with, so I didn't take it in any way. I jumped on. I waited for a few, and I realized it wasn't happening. That's fine. Maya, is that the one that you're talking about?
So she's our treasurer, athletic. She deals with all the money.
Is she the one leaving soon?
It's been talked about, but she hasn't left yet. I keep trying to finagle her. I'm like, you can't leave until Lee gets back. But she has not left yet.
Good.
So, yeah, she's still here, but yeah, her name was. It's right there underneath.
Elizabeth. I didn't know which one it was. I knew it was one of the two.
I can't remember if we added her or not. So I'll email her.
Let me see here. Did we add her to? Now that I think about it,
She's on that list.
I think that he. Shrewsbury. That's not her. Editor, published viewer. Yeah, she's not. That's kind of wild. General access restricted. Published site. Blah, 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 blah. Anyone in this group can find and open. Everyone on this team has access. What team? Yeah, I think we need to add all the staff to this. We'd like to get it to a point where we can add all the staff to this. I'm curious if the whole staff can or can't get to this. Because if we're asking them to do this thing, I don't know if he had them going somewhere else to get to these buttons. But ideally, all the coaches should be able to get to this site, and they should have a shortcut saved on their phone to get them to this site. And then we can email them a link that they can save as a shortcut.
Okay.
So
yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
I think Lee wanted to get it to a point where he felt comfortable getting, because I know we still have a few pages that are. That's up to you guys when you feel like it's ready. I would say I'd like to get it cleaned up a little bit more if we're going to make it available for everybody. When I say everybody, I mean all the people that are on the workforce list that we have. Those are the ones we're communicating with, which are this group right here. Except for we're going to say Terrence is no. Everybody else in here is active, right?
We go back to the website.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Yeah, you took it down.
Yep, there we go.
So cheers, right? Soccer's right. Yes. Track's correct. Basketball is correct. Volleyball correct. It's all correct. So, yeah, the only one is Terrence for bowling. That's the only one.
Yeah, you're head coach and assistant coach, or just head coach?
I'm assistant for football.
Okay, so you're staff / assistant coach. Brand Sean is staff / head coach.
Yes. And he also has the weight room calendar. He's the head of the weight room calendar.
Yeah, that would fall underneath administration there. Football. What sports is he in?
He's a football head coach, and he does the strength and conditioning calendar. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yep. But yeah, getting everybody's, getting their cell phones in here, getting their work email, which we already have that in the other one, when they had their last review, making sure we see only those that are active in the list. I don't want to see past people. But if I want to see past people, I can just come in here and check everything. Now I can see everybody. So, yeah, we'll keep on with this. We'll get her in here and let her take over management of these little systems we're building.
Yep.
And as long as she keeps it clean and keeps the site up to date with the information, and we put stuff up and take stuff down when it's, we meet on a regular basis, I think we'll start to see the traction we're looking for and get everybody on the site. Get with the district to say, hey, here's some of the things we're doing internally. Here's some of the roadblocks we see coming from district. Here's some of the improvements we can see if you guys can give us these things instead of us having to fill out things and print it out, do all this. If we can improve these systems somewhat, what do you need from us in order to feel confident to do that? I think we'll get somewhere. So, awesome, man.
Okay.
See you next week, Kevin.
See ya.
Yep. Peace. Jingle, jingle.
takes time. You got to start doing it.
In 45 seconds, the number of problems increased. Donald has that question. You got very strong. What? What the hell is drama in the election where we lose $60 million? Right, so this guy over funeral home knows who died. Keep on buying. Now look at son of a bitch. I want every one of this fucking body blown up. It's wrong, burn up. Look like an honest guy because I'm a Susan. Take the other analysis. I'll tell our case bring your news. Only a small product industry should have the 5.5. They're having full flights Saturday, 2.5 in California pensions. I'm pretty sure that the danger of this career get their fucking thumbs out. Stop with your garbage dump back. Back. Thanks to the guys. Let's go back and play Yeah. Showing down the toilet on that ugly bitch. Let's go, buddy. Push yourself. Finish up the game. Yeah. You're not doing something. You are help. Okay? And I'm not talking about some $4,000 to New York, to life, rich enough to have relations, rich enough not to waste teach you how to play tennis. Yeah, well, practice you can a little bit more. That's not the book, that's pal. Shut them way up. Yeah, sure. No, but you don't get the release. And I can see it. I've just heard the most lovely two words. Your portion of love. Blue, America, I buy. Yeah. Take it and get it. If I'm right, 1840 won't matter. This is really special. Special ranch. Buy 100,000 shares. It's an automatic pilot thing. 75 is approved for all black now. First lesson in business, don't get emotional about the stock. I'll be judging.
Hello. I would go with an OLED. A QLED, I think, is a step up, is it not? Is that Samsung Q? That's who makes it, or is Samsung the maker of the QLED? Where? Okay. Give me 1 second. You probably don't have a whole lot of OLEDs because, yeah. QLED versus LED. Okay. Yeah, I would go for OLED over QLED. QLED and LED are basically both LCDs. So here's the thing. QLED is better for bright rooms. It is lower cost and longer lifespan. OLED's for like if we were going to do making movies and stuff and showing them on the screen. I know. Yep. How much is an OLED? What size are you looking at? And what is an OLED? It's like 3,500 for. Yeah, that's got it. I just wouldn't go with the cheapest LED. I would go with a QLED. Yeah. Oh, let me go back and look and see what the main difference is. I don't know off the top of my head. I just know they're both LCDs. You can Google it. Yeah. Yeah, it's usually just the edges. Like when people are sitting around the room, you want to go. Yeah, I would ask Google what's the best one for a conference room, and I can let me know if you want me to look it up. All right, thanks. Bye. But that OLED's the best.
done good. So how the game works.
Mr. Gecko, I'm there for you 102.
Astonishing how meaningful, I don't care where or how you get it. Just get it. My wife told me we were there. I recently got into it for you that Euro flag types are going out. The pizza piece, that could be to the remedy. I don't want you to touch it. liquor stores or for electronics. That's right. I see it happening sometime in the next couple of months. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. 4 liters of shit. And then it's 650G off of that. 26 years old, the guy from the guy is Rambo. Got a 4 turbo tablet, about 75,000.
Differential with that actually. Reduce the amount of high quality engines at low price.
Sounds great. I'll check the phone.
Was your almost
Almost.
so how did the conference go?
Went fine.
You're the modest ones. Let's see. Turner. Philippines. The best of them.
Well, my stuff, no.
And don't.
Look, my client wants to buy a lawn. Tell them, he's a struggler. I'll find somebody. Yes, good cut. All right. Business in Paris. How do you Living in a booth. Not playing the quarter. We're all just one trade away from the other. Insert your quarter on the end of the conference call and stop when I always separate the wire and the wire. Wire just be there. Now, everyone is firing up on entities. The new office record for a single month's gross emissions of weekly counts. Goes to Bud Fox. Shows old Tony does shortcomings where to go to super job. Come on up here. You just made my life quite fun. You're on a roll. You like that fast. Isn't everything? Hold on with me, bud. Is yours now, bud?
Everybody tells you they hate you on the inside, they want to live on the outside, but if we stay outside, inside you all the time. I mean, what do you got out of that? Diet, what? That's Golden City. You know, a cute young boy like you gotta think of a future minister in your life and working around. I was step forward. You know, I've been doing myself and stuff. I'm into four other deals right now. So, 4 o'clock in the drive, with all cash. I'll need something to look, you like to see some big people that I got over on First Avenue. Nicholson, are you home? No, I got something over on Sutton Park. It's a million and a half, but now it's looking this way.
They work for that.
Hello?
Are you at your desk?
No.
Can you call me when you get back there real quick? Or are you going back there anytime soon?
Yeah, I'm in the warehouse.
Okay, I just want to show you the collection and see if you like what I put together, and that way I can get them done.
Yeah, give me 10 minutes.
Yep, bye.
All right.
Sunshine, what's wrong? You got a bad case of puppy love. I think I'm going to bed.
I don't want to get another voice.
You and I are the same, Darian. We're smart enough not to buy it the oldest design. So, fiction created by people who jumping out of windows.
I'm going to miss you, buddy.
Way too old.
All right. 8 hours straight. I'm done for the day. Got a lot done today. That feels good. Got some exciting things to look forward to. That's good. Yeah. 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 Keep it heavy. Keep it real. Peace, y'all.